Hey, we got people in here. Fook. I have no clue what tri-state is, brother. I don't. I'm assuming it's like quad state, but one less. All right, so we got our gas station Schrade here, and we are going to go in on this coating, which I still wish I knew exactly what it was. That would probably help gauge whether or not we're going to wear it out. Did I go against Tri-State last Sunday? Did I? I don't know. All right, let's do cuts. That's not a bad cut out of the factory. Let's I do not know the Stash Master. What am I missing? All right, so the edge from the factory is pretty damn decent. And this Schrade doesn't have like giant billboarding on it like most Schrades. Focus. Oh wow, there's a nice shadow, but all he gets the model number right here. That's it. And I'm pretty sure the price of piss depends on where the piss is applied. I'm not gonna lie. Like, of course, applying piss to the public. That's probably going to get expensive fast. Let's see what we can roll today real quick. 17. Oh, yeah, no, Ultim is pea plastic. Like, I don't really understand exactly what the hype is. Like, that new Civivi, Jesus Christ, what the hell is the word I'm looking for? Elementum. The Civivi Elementum. Oh, trust me, I know Ultim. Believe me. But that Civivi Ultim with the clear scales, the clear is what I was waiting on. So Ultim was a big deal in the vape game years and years ago. Like, you could spend upwards of $100 for just one of these parts right here made out of Ultim. It was stupid. Let me try to get this light a little bit better. I like that a bit more. I mean, part of it is Ultim is a sort of exotic material, sort of. Anything that's exotic or a little bit more expensive, or, you know, gives you the essence of conspicuous consumption, and it just happens to catch everybody's imagination just right, is going to take off. You know, the hype train is real. You know, the hype train exists. So it ain't the heat resistance, it's the expense and the conspicuous consumption. You know, the ability to go, hey man, check out what I got. You know, personally, if I'm going to show something off, I prefer rarity and a little bit of oddity to expensive. That's just me, and that's kind of how I've always been. You know, everybody I hung out with and where I came from, there wasn't a lot of money floating around to be had. So it was always, you know, find something unique that is your own style. Find something that someone else doesn't have. It doesn't have to be expensive. It just has to be unique and a little bit off the beaten path. And a lot of times it's not that it was rare. It was just brands that we hadn't heard of before. And because there's a lot of brands we hadn't heard of that looked cool. You know, this is when I've got the time to do it. You know, I can actually spend a bit more time today. I don't have to go upstairs and load up on meds or anything until about 4:30-ish. So I've got time today. I know what you're talking about, and I think those dollar store yo-yos were acrylic. And honestly, Yeah, no, you know, I'd rather see not necessarily acrylic. Acrylic tends to be a little bit brittle, but it could work. But polyester resin and what's the one I'm thinking of? Alumilite. You know, you can make translucent material out of that very cheaply, very easily, and very quickly. You can also get a lot of crazy designs out of it. I've done a lot of resin casting with alumilite, polyester resin. And polyester resin is a lot more shock resistant than acrylic. Hey. Yeah, Glades Hunter, also hi. And alive and kicking. How you doing, brother? But like, I've done a lot of resin casting with those guys making pen blanks and the like, and you can get some stuff that's absolutely show-stopping gorgeous out of it. Cheap and easy. And I'd love to see that really take off, because that would be a lot more interesting than, you know, the pea plastic where you need to go check and see if you're properly hydrated. I do like micarta. Something that I'd like to do, and I haven't had the wherewithal to commit, is make another round of construction paper micarta, and use that to make my own custom scales for something. Like you know, of course, I've made my own scales for a couple of knives. I've got a general idea how it's done. You know, it's just that takes time and energy, and of course, there's going to be a waste of materials more than likely, because I'm probably not going to get it right on the first try. The last knife I did full custom scales for out of some spalted maple, I believe. I got that right on the first try, but they were really flat and really easy to replicate. On a Winchester, the scales that were on it snapped on a friend of mine. So, hey, Rich, what's up, brother? We're seeing if we can wear the coating out this gas station goodness. I don't know whether or not we're gonna do it, but I wanna see it wear out. And of course, hanging out with you guys and talking while I don't have a lot else going on is always fun. Un curvo. I hope that's a Bulgarian for hi. I hope. Ah, man, I wish I could translate that to English on the fly. I can't tell you how badly I want to. I can't tell you how badly I want to translate that to English. Some guy. I got no idea. But I made denim micarta one time the hardest way possible. I cut a bunch of denim from my jeans into squares, and then I stacked them up and soaked them with super glue, and that made a huge mess. I cannot tell you how badly my living room smelled for a while after that. And yeah, it worked, but the material it made was unbelievably hard. I mean, unbelievably hard. Okay, yeah, the lights are still there. Bro, I wish I could translate that to English. I want to know what you're saying so bad. And I've made construction paper micarta and sandwiched it between pieces of wood. And one interesting thing that again would be nice on knives is you can lock your micarta in, especially if it's like laminates of, you know, bright colors, and press it between two pieces of wood that are cut on a wave like this. And when you shave it down, you get these crazy flares of color that are absolutely beautiful. And of course, this guy's having the same problems on that last cut that everything else has just about. It does not like pushing through that. Don't cut towards yourself. Last thing I need is cut my hand open on one of these and then go to work tomorrow. No, thank you. God, man. This thing definitely sticks in these cuts really bad. I don't know if he's messing with us. If he is, he's doing a great job. You know, I don't really, I wish I could translate it. I have no idea what it is. It might be a ton of profanity in another language that is slipping by the YouTube censors too. That'd be hilarious. Like my uncle, when I was a kid, he taught me how to look up adult pictures and videos on like a library computer. I'm not sure why. I think it was just the intellectual exercise to see if he could. But he just, he spoke German fluently. Like he lived in Germany for years while he was in the army. So he spoke German fluently, and he'd just go online and look up his search terms in German and just completely skip the censorship totally. I don't know if that still works these days because everything, you know, translates so quickly. But this was back in the mid 90s when the internet was really just becoming a thing. Man, this thing really sticks in the cuts. The coating is just looking kind of beat down right now. It's just got adhesive and stuff stuck to it. I'm starting to actually see a little bit of wear right on that the top of that bevel. And the funny thing is, this is the kind of grind that I used to like, this Scandi-ish grind, and more I'm going towards full flat grind on everything. Man, this thing sticks and cuts. Like, you hear that? Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to improve the light show just a little bit. Like, I need to like make a board and get some I need to make a board and get a multi-port USB power brick, something that can handle 3 plugs, and get all 3 of mine plugged in and get them lined up down there. I'd also like to have one that's a little bit faster reactive to sound. Like those are from Five Below. It's not that it's barely cutting. It's just these, the hollow grind into that large flat always hangs up in the cardboard. The cuts always hang up. That's the issue that we're having here, because the factory edge is still just fine. That's not the problem. Yeah, the factory edge is still quite good. So our issue is it's wedging right here where the hollow grind meets this flat. It's just sticking right there is our problem. Now the part of that doesn't bode well is it's taking some serious pushing to get down to the bottom of these cuts. It's usable for plenty. We're just doing something it wasn't necessarily intended for is what's happening. You know, we're kind of outside the realm of what they had in mind when they designed this thing. You know, and of course, I think this thing was like 13 bucks on Amazon. Matter of fact, let me see if I can pull that up on Amazon on my auxiliary phone. Let's see. Order details. Yeah, I spent $12 on this knife. 12. So, like, you know, the design's not going to be super premium or anything like that. No, the geometry's not great. It's not great. I have used this grind for plenty of other stuff and plenty of other jobs it's just fine for. It's just not this one job. It's not designed for pushing into cardboard like this damn much. And the other part of that too is I'm not trying to just straight push through like this. It goes through it just fine. So we don't have a lot of wear here, but on this side, along the top of this bevel, we're starting to get a bit of wear. And that's what I'm kind of looking at right here. Oh, and I don't know if you can see it, but the top of this flat right in here is starting to show a bit of wear. I don't have stock in Schrade, but that'd be nice. But like, if I go through, that one's stuck. But, you know, it does good enough with this push cut. But part of the problem is I'm trying to like go all the way back and forth just to get as much of this coating exposed to the cardboard as possible. Oh, it looks like some straight up gas station stuff. Like, really cannot lie about that. Which, you know, I've said it before. Sometimes I do like grabbing some, you know, gas station stuff. And this was also when I first started buying knives again. So you can see it's a tip down carry. I hate tip down, but we all live in sin. And it was 12 bucks. And at that point, I was excited to see stuff like this that cheap. So I bought a bunch of cheap stuff like this. You know, we got those Kershaws that are in the pile that are also, they were also between 10 and 13 bucks. One of them was 20 and it came with a deck of cards. I think it was 20, it might have been 14. It's been a few years since I bought those. Damn, going in on that Castlerea again. That is good. I'm still kind of surprised that, you know, Rosecraft had that kind of a problem going on. Like, but of course, everything Tim showed except for like 2 were all traditional folders. They're not the moderns. I think he showed 2 moderns. So, you know, we also didn't get a whole lot of background on those. So that's also part of that. I'm starting to see a little bit of wear on this side. Focus. Not sure how well it's showing because like I'm looking on the camera from flat, but yeah. Yeah, this was definitely an Amazon find that I picked up for cheap. Yeah, I'm wondering with Rosecraft too, like they're a small company, so if they had a batch of stuff that was kind of iffy, I'm not sure they could have afforded to really pull that from their inventory and just toss them. Yeah. Yeah, you throw bad stuff out there, it's still going to damage the brand a bit, but yeah, I'm not sure they could have afforded to just toss those. Come on, you know what? Oh, I did buy something else off of Temu. I mentioned it in the review on the other Ozark trail knife that worked right out of the box. We ordered a strop and diamond paste from Temu. For 2 reasons. One, I just wanted to see what we could get. And both the strop and the compound together were like 11 bucks. And the strop is supposed to be 6 inches long. But I do want to see how even that kind of diamond paste affects the ability to strop, because I think even though I know the microns in the compound aren't going to be that consistent, just the nature of the beast. I do want to see, I'm pretty sure it's going to be an improvement over the buffing compound on my other strop. And I wish I would have gotten diamond compound first. A friend of mine made that strop. Yeah. Well, I mean, you're going to see a video on it because, you know, we'll do a cardboard slayer live stream on something as long as I don't run out of cardboard. And we'll go in on it and see what it does. You know, I'm thinking whenever I do my next super budget showdown, this may be also taking like a piece of wood and just kind of scrubbing the blade against that and seeing how fast it wears out. That may be the way to go. I will say one thing, this jimping right here, it's not broken down as well as it could be, and that and the pocket clip are digging in right here kind of bad. That's not the most comfortable thing on the planet. I mean, the results I'm getting off of the buffing, the buffing compound, you know, the blocks of buffing compound from Harbor Freight, I'm getting impressive results on this drop just with that. Like, it works. I think the diamond compound, the diamond paste will work a little bit better. That's what I'm looking forward to finding out. Because honestly, if it results in a better strop, then you know, we can definitely use that on here, just to, you know, do more thorough testing. Once I finish off this piece, we're going to check on the paper and see how the edge is holding up so far. I'm expecting the edge is going to hold up as good as everything else has. Yeah, and I'm definitely starting to see a little bit of wear right where the hollow grind meets the flat. So I've got hope that we can actually completely strip some coating off of the steel. I actually didn't carry this after I bought it when I was still in my, you know, super cheap knife mode, just because I didn't want to tear the coating up, and I don't care. It's a $12 knife now. Whatever happens, happens. God, this thumb stud and this jimping and all that's not comfortable. All right, let's take a look at our edge. Come on. All right, so the edge is still going pretty strong. These cuts, they're still quite clean. So we got good edge retention so far. Yeah, I may I may need some Tylenol or something. I don't know whether or not it's okay to burn right now, where I live. And I'm also in a subdivision, so I don't know how much of a problem people are going to have with the sheer quantity of smoke cardboard generates. So I haven't burned them yet. I may have to just throw them out. Right now, all the scraps are going in other boxes. And I need to make a trip to the dump to get rid of some shelving from work that's been sitting back there for well over a month now. So this will get thrown in the back whenever I head up there. On account of I don't really feel like dealing with the fire department showing up and being unhappy if it comes to it. And I am currently rocking my can of Monster for the day. And we got this Rio Punch right here that is surprisingly good. It's a new one. Like I've got a small one of those small fresh from Walmart fire pits that has the little grill on top. So I may like see if I can check online and see if it's okay to actually burn. Right now, like, well, I didn't get the superior purple drink, the grape Nos GT, just because I wanted a little bit of a change of pace. Like I was getting the purple Nos every morning for weeks on account of it's grape flavored, and the artificial Concord grape flavor is the shit. You know, if they would make a banana runts flavored monster, I would be all over that shit. The banana candy flavor is also amazing, and it makes me kind of sad because apparently it tastes a lot like the Cavendish banana, which is the bananas that we had before the ones we have now. But because it was a monoculture and they grew that exclusively, and it was basically, I think, clones and clones and clones. Disease came through and wiped pretty much all of them out. There's still some Cavendish bananas out there to be had, but I don't know where to get them. And I am entirely sure they ain't cheap. Yeah, the Cavendish was just wiped out. Yeah, that's exactly what I was saying, dude. I know there's a 40, like there's a 15 to 30-second delay on when comments show up. So yeah, you're right there, man. Yeah, so if I keep talking through the thing while you're saying the same thing, that's just because there is a significant delay between when you type and when it shows up. Actually, I think maybe not, because like on the phone that I'm watching the comments on, I'm watching from my other channel. Yeah, no, it's at the exact same risk. Like the risk is kind of imminent. But I'm watching the comments on my old phone on Wi-Fi from my other account, so that I can set it up as a moderator and also watch and maybe get the comments a little bit faster. But I think they're looking at what, the red banana to replace our current banana if the fungus strikes again. I'm pretty sure that's the one they're going to replace it with. I like how somebody else here knows the exact thing I'm saying about the bananas. That is awesome. You could say that's bananas. I did not line that cut up properly at all. Come on, guys. That joke was a banger. Yeah, me too. It's just kind of, I run across the information and my brain holds on to that. I used to be a lot better with it. So like most places I would kind of dominate Jeopardy. Because that was kind of the thing whenever I watched Jeopardy with friends. Like we'd kind of have a competition, very informal, just to see who could really, get the most answers. So like I'd normally dominate, and then right? But I'd normally dominate the Jeopardy, and then I was sitting there with my stepbrother, and he's a good dude, I like him, but since me and his mom are kind of not on speaking terms, I never see him. But that dude got a full ride scholarship to Stanford. And he is sitting there, and he was dealing with a really bad cold or a sinus infection. So he's sitting there completely zonked out. Eyes aren't even open, really. Jeopardy comes on. I'm sitting there. I'm like, I'm ready to go. Like, I am decent at this. Nah, I got annihilated. Like, he had almost every single answer, and it was right out of the gate before I could even start speaking. I learned my damn lesson. Yeah, Glades, we kind of go into a lot of different topics. It just depends on where the conversation goes. Um, a couple of them we just kind of focused on movies and video games because a lot of us are gamers too. And I have a pretty large collection of vintage games and systems. And you know, it just depends on where it goes. Now, if you want something that's really, really, really trippy and horrifying, hit YouTube and look up first Willard Scott, the original Ronald McDonald, and the first commercial for that. That shit is crazy. But then the McDonald's, like the Ronald McDonald commercials from the 1960s, holy crap. Those things are wild. Like, I stumbled across those, and the first, wow, that was sketchy. Oh my God. But like the first couple, I went to look up the old Willard Scott commercial, that first one, and I sent it to my kid with absolutely no context. Oh God, yes. Yeah, this is just a different brand. This is more nightmare fuel trippy in a lot of respects. But I sent the old Willard Scott to my kid with no context. Right, yeah, this thing squeaks a lot. There's a lot of resistance when you get down into this cut. And that's that hollow grind and that large flat. But yeah, so I ended up sending him shit. Oh, you are right, Glades. Wound up sending him like 7 of the commercials from the 60s back to back to back to back with no context. It was great. No, like every once in a while. Yeah, so the first 2 are, and then the rest of them are more recognizable Ronald McDonald. It's just the commercials themselves are so damn wild. But yeah, you're exactly right about the Willard Scott Ronald McDonald. But sometimes I will just sit there and I'll look up retro commercials on YouTube and just watch an hour-long compilation, which some of that is just to kind of get the vibe from way back when I was, younger and watched TV constantly. And some of it it really is like a portal to a different time. It's very much a bygone era. And of course, now I haven't seen a proper commercial in, God, I don't know how many years now. I think it's only the TVs at... All right, alive and kicking, man. Good luck at work. I'll send someone to avenge your death. But I think TVs that have been on at other people's houses that watch satellite, and yeah, you're right about that. Like showing kids the commercials is always kind of gratifying. But TVs that were on at jobs and other people's houses that watch satellite is the last place I saw a proper commercial ever. Mostly due to cost cutting, I went over to streaming pretty much exclusively, and then of course streaming started getting as expensive as satellite. So now that times have gotten a little bit difficult, we dropped Hulu, we dropped one of the Netflix accounts. We've dropped some stuff to free up cash for bills and other responsibilities. This thing's still going strong. Like the wear is showing up. It's still not to the steel. I'm just getting into a second layer of this stuff. Apparently they sprayed 2 layers. But man, this is brutal on the wrist. Like if I knew it would stick to the blade, I'd put some wax on this just to make life a little easier. But I think my block of wax is sitting in there with the lathe because when I started making beads nonstop for a minute there, the ways on the lathe had gotten a little bit crusty and needed some attention. And since I don't have the wax that normally gets used, it's just one of those scented candle melt blocks for the the wax warmer, and I just loaded it down with that, and it works quite well. It smells pleasant. That's just like when I'm drilling into steel. The lubricant that I use is just bar and chain oil because it's extra sticky. And for no good reason, I dropped some of the vanilla and cinnamon Danish swirl flavoring that you use for making candy. So it smells sort of pleasant, but it also smells like bar and chain oil. So it's quite silly. Which I have got probably a couple hundred bottles of candy flavoring, just because I make my own juice for these guys, so that I can keep it down to this is like 10-15 cents a day to keep me going on this. A bottle might cost me 35 to 50 cents to make, so and a bottle will last about 2 to 3 days. Mostly because I can't chain vape on that thing at work. So it really keeps the cost down on those things. Yeah, I think you guys can see some of the wear on that. I think. But yeah, there's some wear showing up on the flats, or that's old adhesive. I'm not sure, but this side's starting to wear. Yeah, I got Instagram for my old channel, and that was mostly because I was told that was a good way to sell a lot of the resin stuff I was making. Because again, it was like fridge magnets, some earrings, some stuff like that. I don't have the box of my resin casts that I used to have sitting here to my right hand side because they were getting in the way of the box of abandoned knives. Or I'd show you some of what I did, but there's a lot of Star Wars stuff, gummy bears, and stuff like that. Like, I probably need to start an Instagram, but that's also extra time spent on stuff, and I don't have the extra time to spend on it. Like when I do the daily pocket checks, those are get in, get it done, pick a song, and get back out, and then go shower and get ready to go to work. There's not the kind of time needed to like put together stuff for Instagram or something like that. And it's wild because those pocket checks have been helping the channel out so much. Like if I have a pocket check that does good numbers, I might see 3 to 5 subscribers that day show up, which really, really helps out. And they were doing about 24 to 2,500 views a day, and then out of nowhere, it just dropped down to about 500. And the only thing that changed is the upload time on some of them. But then when I'm opening at work and posting them at the same time I always did, it hasn't brought the numbers back up. So I don't know what I did to upset the algorithm. I'd like to know, but you know, it still helps. And I'm sure somewhere, somehow, you know, having something uploaded every day is going to help me out at some point in the future. Not sure when, not sure how, but I'm sure it has to do something. Yeah, for the longest time, I wanted to have a bunch of swords laying around, but you know, realistically today, I don't have a way to actually use swords, so that's kind of fallen off the list of things. Because at this point, if I'm going to spend money, it needs to be on something that I actually have a use for. Back when we played Dungeons and Dragons in this same room that I'm in now, I was looking at getting a couple of wall display swords. But when I started looking at that stuff and thinking about decking the room out with more dedicated stuff, it kind of occurred to me that D&D might not last, considering how the other campaigns before that died, so I didn't dump a bunch of money into it. And I'm glad I didn't, because, yeah, the campaigns died. And the campaigns kept dying because people kept saying, yeah, I'll be there, no problem, and then not showing up the day of. And I would check with them and make sure they were good to go to be there the night before we were supposed to play. And then it's like, oh, I found something else to do, I'm not coming. So there'd be the other four of us sitting there waiting and then have nothing to do because our DM didn't want us running multiple character sheets to compensate for that. So, you know, we ended up not playing, and after like the third or fourth or fifth session get derailed like that. Yeah, there's also that, Glades. But I think I've had like 4 or 5 campaigns die like that, just off guys no showing, and so we'd have to find we'd have to find something to do. He's like, my DM wanted a certain number of players there. He wanted a certain amount of action, and he didn't want to run without anybody so that they didn't miss development of any kind. So we ended up just sitting here trying to find stuff to do because our DM drove from he drove from the outer border of the state, like 20 miles from the next state out to damn near the center of the state. Like it was an hour and a half, 2-hour drive. You know, he'd make that drive out here to play, and then we'd have a no-show and kind of fuck the whole thing up. And the first time that started happening, it went for about 6 months. And finally, after like 6 months worth of sessions failing because of that, you know, I killed the campaign. And then we started a new one, and I'd get some new people in, and then they'd start no-showing. So I eventually, yeah, that's the thing, is like our old DM, our first DM, he would let us run. If someone didn't show up, we took their character sheet and ran. And we had one campaign where it boiled down to everybody, there's like 3 of us, and we're all running 2 separate character sheets, which I absolutely loved. Like, that was fun. I like running, 2 different character sheets. And part of that is I'm not playing for the story. I'm not playing for, the lore or anything like that. I'm playing because I want to go into combat. I want to roll dice for combat. But our old DM, he got fired basically because the last session he tried to run, we got everything set up for like, what is it, like 3.0, I think. And then, so we spent the whole night, we're getting character sheets made, we're getting abilities picked out, all that stuff. And then the next session, he wanted to switch everything over to, I think 3.5 or whatever it is. He wanted to switch over to a different version, so we had to go through and retool everything. from scratch to try to keep the same characters and basically the same abilities. And it took us like 12 hours to translate everything over. And then the next session, he wanted to go to 4.0 and switch everything up again. So that was another, I lost track of the number of hours, but we spent that whole time just retooling everything and not playing. And then the next time we met up, he called me and said he wanted to change us over to yet a different version. And I was like, you know what? If we're not playing, we're not going to bother. It just didn't work out. Well, the funny thing is we brought him back in as a player on the next campaign I set up. We brought him in as a player with our new DM, and he played a healer and just kind of stayed off to the sides and kept the party alive, which was a good thing. However, there was one point where we went into a room that was full of old rusty junk that had no value, just rusty mining equipment and stuff. And so we're like, I think we rolled perception on it and got an okay number to check for traps. And we got a strong maybe. Maybe it's a trap, maybe it's not. Which was enough for the rest of us to say, yeah, don't touch anything. Just leave it there. It's not worth anything. We don't need it. We can't sell it for anything. Just leave it. And he's like, I want to pick something up. And everybody's at the table's like, no, don't touch it. Do not touch it. For the love of God, stop trying to touch it. And he still reached over and picked it up and set off a trap. And basically the campfire that was there came to life and attacked us. And we almost got a total party wipe because they were doing like a stacking 5 fire damage a turn that you had to do a saving throw on. By the time we got done, they were doing like 25 damage a turn, and we were low-level characters. So, like, I was a fighter with a lot of HP, and I was almost totally gone because I could not get a saving throw. So, we finally get that put out, take a long rest, and get our ship back together. And the next session, we're in there, we're in a dungeon, and there's an NPC, a woman chained to the wall of a cave. We roll perception, see if it's a trap. We get another strong maybe, so we're like, don't touch, do not touch, leave her alone. We killed the 2 huge guard demon dogs that were in there. She was chained to the wall, so she was no threat. It was like, just leave her alone. And he ignored everybody and went and tried to free her, set off another trap. We had to go through hell to get out of that trap. And after a couple more sessions, he decided he wasn't going to play anymore. Or he started no-showing. So we just replaced him with a 4-sided die. On an odd number, he leaves stuff alone. On an even number, he touches things. And God bless him. Still love the guy. But yeah, he got replaced by a 4-sided die. And I think, if I remember right, our DM put a less potent healer in as an NPC just to kind of hold a spot until we got someone to replace him. And we didn't end up replacing him because other guys started no-showing and killed the campaign. And it really sucks. I played competitive Magic the Gathering for years. And when Hasbro / Wizards of the Coast bought out whatever the hell the old maker was, they started releasing Magic the Gathering based modules. And the first one was the Ravnica module. I got super excited about playing that. And so I bought the source book. And gave that to my DM, and I was like, "Here, can we please run this?" And finally, he said, "Yeah, we're starting a new campaign. Let's run it." And we got 1 session out of it, 1, and then everybody started no-showing. I was like, "You know what? I can't do this again. Like I kept trying for like 3 months to get everyone back together again, and it just didn't work. And I had also switched up my tactics because normally I always played some kind of a guy with a big greatsword, and basically the whole character was battle clunk, and off good rolls, putting out good DPS. So that campaign, I decided to change things up a lot, and I set up a Minotaur. Can't remember what the creature type actually was in the Ravnica world. I haven't played Magic since 2012 ish, but I set him up as a spellcaster, which that race is not typically spellcasting. So I had my backstory picked out, which explained why he was a spellcaster, and because he was a large character, he could also do basic grappling, which I thought might be interesting. Have the spell casting, even though it's not necessarily a full-on spellcaster, but also have someone that could, basically get out of a sticky bind with some basic hand-to-hand combat. And playing that character was fun for that session. I enjoyed it. And then campaign died, and now our DM is married. He has a kid. One of our other players who wasn't super into D&D, he just wanted to hang out with us. He has a kid. He's married. One of our other guys that started no-showing on us, he got himself a whole new different life, started running a vet clinic, and he passed away recently. Our other guy, Victor, I haven't seen him in forever. One of our other guys that did some no-showing on the campaign before, like 2 campaigns ago, he started no-showing off of the I found something else to do excuse, or I conveniently forgot that I had a commitment until this morning. He, for no reason, with no explanation, decided to stop talking to me altogether. And, like, I'm the kind of guy, like, if you're my friend, I got your back. Like, I'm not going to talk shit about you. I'm not going to stab you in the back. Like, I look out for my friends in whatever way I can, and he just stopped answering the phone, stopped talking to me. I've seen him in person in places that we hang out, and he just won't say a word to me. I'm sure he's got some reason for it, so I leave him alone. If he wants to talk to me, he can. Still love the guy, but I don't know what his problem is. So, like, everybody that was there as a regular is totally out of commission. And if I start another campaign, like, I'm going to have to learn how to DM. And then figure out how I want to handle that. I tried DMing a session for my wife and kids just to see how, to see if I could get the hang of how it's done. And I kind of had it figured out, like it was working. It's just I had to learn how to keep track of, 2 different parts of the backstory in 2 different parts of the book at the same time. And I had to really improvise. And then, of course, the rest of the session was players being players. They had an area that was guarded that I sent them to check out. And so they went and checked it out. And there was the cave they obviously had to enter. And they kept switching to, let's go back to town and tell them what we found. And, I kind of had to step outside of the DM role and be like, ooh, so I'm missing about 1 million comments because YouTube stopped responding on the auxiliary phone. So let me see if I can fix this real quick. Ooh, my extra phone, YouTube is freezing up on it. So let me see if I can guys, I'm restarting the phone where I'm reading the comments, so bear with me. Fook, yes, you were kind of talking to yourself right now. The phone that I was reading the comments on froze, dead froze. So I'm getting everything reset and opening it back up once the phone restarts, so I can actually read the comments. Because the way the phone that's recording or doing the live stream, it's laying dead flat, and I can't see the comments on there easily. So that's why I've been missing everything, and it took a long time to show me that YouTube wasn't responding. But yeah, I got them through that session, and they had some fun with it. And then we haven't really had a chance to do a second session between work and me being exhausted and hitting that point where it's like I kind of don't want to be that terribly verbal with people. You know, it kind of fell off. You know, my oldest one is talking about getting into a campaign with their friends. Which I got dice for them, but I keep forgetting to hand them off whenever we do get together. So I need to take a look at that. And we are almost back in action with the comments. Okay, I think we are back. Yeah, I know this is probably not the, I never actually saw the D&D movie. I wanted to, but I've also been in a spot where I haven't had it in me to sit through a whole movie. So I've wound up missing a lot of them. I've got a stack of movies that I bought and haven't made it to the DVD player. They've just been sitting there gathering dust. I want to watch them, but I don't have the wherewithal. And a lot of that is when I come home from work, I just sit in bed for the rest of my day watching YouTube. And then I go to sleep. And trying to watch movies in the bedroom doesn't work. We got to have the volume turned all the way up to hear dialogue, and then the sound effects are so loud that we got to turn it back on, and it's just bouncing back and forth between the two. And you know, I even hooked up it's an older, nicer computer speaker system with a subwoofer in it, which makes a great substitute for surround sound. It really improves the quality. However, it makes the silent dialogue and the insanely loud sound effects even worse, which that's not exactly what I was hoping for. Like, I desperately wish they'd quit doing that to make this shit watchable, but no. And at some point, I'm going to have to get a better angle on this, because this is definitely hard on the wrist. Yeah, it's not like I can't play things as loud as I want. It's just me and the wife there, and her tolerance for the volume on a movie's fairly high. It's just, again, you turn it up loud enough to hear the dialogue, and the first sound effect just blows your eardrums and speakers out. So it creates a very uncomfortable experience, or you're sitting there with the remote, turning the volume up and turning it back down, like non-stop, and it gets real old real fast. You know, and I thought maybe it was an Amazon or a Netflix thing. So, like, we tried on Hulu, kind of the same thing. We tried some of the same movies on DVD instead. It was kind of the same thing. Older movies, not so much of a problem. You know, like I watched Rubber, and sound on that was good, which, if you've never seen Rubber, you really need to. That is truly, truly just a master class in doing weird shit to be doing weird shit. I love it. All right, let's see how our edge is holding up. Okay, so we got a bit of edge wear here, but otherwise it's holding up good. Yeah, we got a couple small spots where it's hanging up now. So, I mean, that's pretty good. It's been an hour and it's very tiny amounts of edge wear. Yeah, and I think the DVD is like $10 on Amazon. It's not hard to get it. It took forever to show up on DVD, but it's there now. Whenever the first time I had Netflix, when I first got Netflix, that movie was on there, and I kind of saw the synopsis of it, and I think it also made it to a weirdest movie list a couple of times. So I had to check it out, and it is one of the weirdest movies on the planet by a lot. Now, personally, I think it's a great movie, and that weirdness was done very well. But that's just me. The wife does not appreciate it at all. That's not one that she likes. But, you know, I was one of those kinds of guys growing up where I just think up weird crap to do, and then I just be doing stuff to be doing stuff. And that might also be a byproduct of being a child of the late 80s. And, well, no, I was born in 1980, but, you know, you kind of hit your teenage years and start developing your own taste in things. And that was in the 90s, especially in the mid 90s, where everything was as weird as it could be just to be weird. You know, commercials got really weird, movies got really weird, TV got really weird, products got really weird. And, well, I mean, that's the thing, is like, the wife was definitely okay with watching it. She just didn't like it that much. But, you know, I do miss that era. I miss the era when things were weird just to be weird. I love how weird music used to be. Like, you know, like, of course, Primus sucks. I love them to death. I've been a huge fan since about 1992. But I mean, another champion of the weird for the sake of weird is definitely Crash Test Dummies. Like, they owe us. Crash Test Dummies owes us another masterpiece on par with the God Shuffled His Feet album. Like, that whole album is an absolute masterpiece. But, you know, we're not going to get that. That band is definitely defunct now. Yes, and one day that beaver did try to leave her, so she caged him right up a cyclone fence. Yeah. Like, and I went for, shit, years and years and years with never seeing what Primus looked like. Because, of course, their albums, the albums that I had never had pictures of them on it. Or in it. So, there was a school, it was a polytechnical school, where there was a group of people, and like the whole thing was basically a club for guys that were into caving, cave exploration, which, God, I miss doing that. That was so much fun. But in the, oh, what the hell's the word I'm looking for? The food court in that university, it had this music video kiosk where you could just stand there and watch a music video. So that's where I saw the video for that, and I walk away. I still don't know what these motherfuckers look like. And I had no idea until years and years later when there was a DVD, kind of a behind the scenes thing with the guys, and also all their music videos in one go. And that, like, I also saw some footage from Woodstock '94. Les Claypool was there, but it didn't quite look the same as Les Claypool in all the videos. I think it was just a little bit of age and how he was dressed and all that. But yeah, it took me years and years to find out what they looked like. And of course, like, even if you had MTV, the only video you were going to see was the Winona's Big Brown Beaver video. And I didn't have MTV. Most of my life has been spent without cable or satellite. There's been a few periods of my life where I had it. And of course, one place, I just happened to catch the guys out there hooking up the cable for one apartment. So I shot them $20 to go ahead and plug mine in while they were at it. So we had that for the longest time. But of course, that was when MTV was steering away from music videos and turning to mostly reality shows. Same thing with VH1. And I mean, those were kind of fun to watch for the first little while, but they got old fast. Oh, you ain't kidding. Mr. Kringle was wild. The all claymation videos, of course, are always great too. Like, I mean, claymation I just enjoy to begin with. But like Southbound Pachyderm, that was a good video, especially when you were like blitzed off painkillers. Tommy the Cat, that was also a great video. And I say unto thee, oh yeah, Tool videos, dear God, those were always absolutely phenomenal. You know, and of course, the only reason now that I watch music videos is just they're on YouTube, and I'm trying to see whether or not I want to take it over to a YouTube to MP3 converter and rip the audio off. And I said that out loud, so I'm sure the police will be at my door in about 3 minutes. It was nice knowing you guys. Trying to think of who else off the top of my head that had great videos, but I'm drawing a blank because every time you try to think about something on purpose, your mind goes blank. The wear seems to have kind of stuck in one spot. It's like a little bit of wear on the coating. I don't know. You know, part of it is I'm sneaky as hell, so they may not know where to find me. Like, they have no idea where this Knives I Guess guy is. Yeah, the wear on the coating, it seems to be just stuck in one place. It's not wearing out past the second layer of whatever this coating is. I had higher hopes for that. Like, I know we're only an hour in, but we're not seeing the kind of wear that I had hoped for. I got a feeling we'll go through 3.5 hours and it still won't be worn out. However, we will check the edge in just a second here. But yeah, who else had phenomenal music videos? I don't know, like... Oh, back when Wrecking Ball was a big deal, and my kids were already fed up with Miley Cyrus. Yes, I remember Aeon Flux. Holy crap, Liquid Television was the shit! But my kids were already sick and tired of Miley Cyrus, so I showed them the Achy Breaky Heart video and where she came from, and boy, they were pissed off when they got done watching that. It's like, look at this, kids, it could have been so much worse. They were pissed when they got done watching that one. Oh, Chicken Attack. That's a great video. It's a chicken attack. Oh, Max Headroom was great. Oh, no, no, no. If you really want to blow them away, the Mac Tonight videos from McDonald's, or the Mac Tonight commercials, the guy with the big moon for a head. I loved those commercials. And like it, I'm surprised it kind of took off. Like, it always surprises me when a commercial takes off and becomes just a whole cultural phenomenon type deal. You know, Mac Tonight did that. The Budweiser frogs. Like, I went back and watched that. And it's like, this isn't really all that impressive. I don't know why it took off like it did. You know, now the only way commercials take off is when they go viral for being like weird as shit. The Japanese Dole banana commercials. Oh my God, you're right. I don't think anyone that I've been around has done that in years now. Yeah, like if you haven't seen the Japanese Dole banana commercials, you need to see those. Those are great. The Little Baby's ice cream. That one's also, the two that I've seen are absolutely bonkers. Crap. What else was, like, there's so much of this stuff that I saw back when, you know, viral videos were like the most important thing on the planet. And it's been so long that I've forgotten like half of them until I'm reminded they exist. The Noid from Domino's, that guy really took off until bad things happened. I haven't seen the video for that one, but Land of Confusion, the Disturbed version wasn't really my jam. It was alright, but it didn't really click with me. Like, I think I just saw clips show up in a few places. But Fook, I'm almost entirely sure you know what happened with the Noid from Domino's and why it got canceled. Oh, wow. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me, actually. And I think, I'm not 100%, but yeah, like he took hostages and then checked out on account of his last name was Noid. His name was Raymond Noid, and mildly paranoid schizophrenic, and thought Domino's was going after him specifically with that. But I think I'd have to dig around and look, but I think I got myself a copy of Yo Noid on the Nintendo. I actually liked that game quite a bit when I was a kid. Beaver Baron, what's up? I don't have Ozark Trail button locks. They're axis locks, but is there an Ozark Trail button lock? I know I have never seen one or heard of it. I'm still kind of amazed that the $5 axis locks suffered edge degradation as fast as they did. All right, beautiful. I'll see you whenever you get back. Love you. Yeah, a button lock Ozark Trail will probably hype train out just as fast as one on bearings. I'm thinking Walmart Ozark Trail really would probably design something around bearings first, which I'm still wondering if that's what's going to be next year's. Yeah, no, they'll still use butter steel, but again, for $5, you can't argue with it. Like, I did the review of my other axis lock, the one with the blue pivot collar, and oh no, Beefer, it's cool, man. I get mixed up on that stuff sometimes too, but you know, again, for $5, you can't really argue with it, even if the steel's soft. I mean, on one hand, that soft steel's not going to be great for edge retention, but it should be able to take a lot of hard shock and not snap. And you can strop it off. Yeah, no problem. But you can strop that edge back to life in no time flat too, which I did on the review video. I'm not totally happy with that first take, but it went up because I stropped it during that and showed how fast it could strop up to sharp again. And I'm kind of impressed with how fast it was, but that also means that steel is very soft. Okay, so the edge is still holding up pretty damn good. I mean, I can't argue with that. That is, it's not the cleanest cut in the world, but it'll do. But all things being fair, for $5, I'd love to see another axis lock, but on bearings or more slippery washers. Some phosphor bronze or something like that. Just if they can improve the action on that, that would be absolutely amazing. But Beefer, what you getting into today? Of course, aside from this. Yeah. Punisher. Yeah, like, I need to go through and change the time on every single one of my watches, which I desperately don't want to do because it's a headache. But whenever I put one on, I'll change it when I wear it. Just get that dealt with. However, I think because both of us were a bit too non-ambitious to fix the time on our stove and microwave, that should be the right time now. Yeah, thankfully this is the first, maybe the second Sunday I wasn't scheduled in God knows how long, so I got to wake up just whenever I felt like. So this has been a pretty chill day. Yeah, Punisher, you kind of missed. We were talking about weird music videos and like weird commercials and stuff from way back in the day, which was getting interesting, and then Fook had to take a phone call. Yeah, I think I remember I might have had one phone that was pre-smartphone where you had to change the time yourself, I think. But at that point in time, I still had a clock on my car stereo that I don't have right now. And I probably, well, I can't really fix it with the head unit that I have. But yeah, I don't want to do the time change on my watches. I will. It's just like it feels like it's unfair that I have to do that since I don't wear smartwatches. Um, I've got 3 Armatrons where you press the little button on the side and the numbers light up in LEDs. That they look like old, they look like old late 70s, early 80s like business guy watches. They got a really cool vibe to them because they're based on the old Armatron watch from back in the day, but with modern LEDs in them. I would still love to have an original Armatron. That's just a cool ass watch. But you know, that's money I don't have to spend. But Punisher, we have been going through for almost an hour and a half on this, and I'm getting some wear on the surface right here and the surface right here. Like the wear will show up and then it'll go back away. I'm kind of pushing through. This is a really strong coating. Like it's not wearing, and the edge isn't really wearing either. And I need to take a look and see what the steel is. Let me check Amazon real quick and look at my listing and see what this steel is if it says. Orders, Schrade. No, my orders. There we are. Sorry, I'm looking up the specs on this thing while I'm thinking about it. Okay, it says titanium coated, which that's believable. 9CR18. So yeah, no, it's not wearing off. It says it's a titanium coating on it. But it also said 9CR18 MOV on the blade steel. So yeah, that's probably why it's holding up as well as it is. That edge is definitely still going strong. It showed what could have been a little bit of edge wear or a little bit of adhesive still stuck to the blade from the tape on these boxes. But I mean, it's been over an hour of pushing it through, and yeah, I think we got adhesive and cardboard stuck to it again. Yeah, the last test cut was butter smooth, so it's been interesting checking that part out. But we still got a while to go before we shut this thing down. My wrist is not happy. Well, I mean, I've said it before. I'll say it again probably a million times, but they're probably getting that 9CR18 from the same place as Civivi is, with the same heat treatment and the same everything on it. So I don't see where there would really be a problem. That's what kind of confused me with the Walmart access locks is just how they got that. But I think it was 420J2 was the guess on that blade steel, and it's expected to not hold an edge. Let me get a few cuts on cardboard without tape on it, and then we'll see if the edge comes back like it's been doing. I haven't seen that video, Rich. Again, like I missed out on a lot of that stuff with MTV, so there's a lot of them I just didn't see. Beck's music video for Loser, that was a wonderful piece of weirdness. I believe the video for Mexican Radio was also pretty far out there. Yeah, like I just didn't have MTV for the longest time. Like when my mom and her piece of shit husband had cable, we weren't allowed to watch MTV for I don't know what reason outside of that motherfucker was scared of rap, like terrified of it. Okay, so the cardboard, or the edge has definitely been cleaned off by clean cardboard. And we're still getting some okay cuts, but it's starting to show wear now. It's not significant wear, but it's also not the cleanest of cuts either. I think wasn't the video for Rocket also pretty weird? Yeah, like the 1980s brand of weird was also really cool, but also a totally different vibe from the 90s. I'm not sure live streams will actually let you post links. Yeah, I really vaguely remember the video for Rocket. I think I looked that up on YouTube once just because I saw clips and they were like really damn weird. Yeah, I do remember seeing that video at some point, and it was definitely like that perfect encapsulation of the 80s kind of weird. And from what I remember, from what I can remember about the 80s, like a lot of the really weird stuff from the 80s was kind of relegated to stuff like music videos and things like that. Like, you know, unlike the 90s, the weird hadn't become quite that cultural expectation. It was like the prototype for weird stuff in the 90s. I'm not sure what it is with B's blades. He doesn't seem like a bad guy, but he does annoy me quite a bit while he's talking and going into stuff. So I have torn skin off with this pocket clip. So let me grab tools. This pocket clip's going bye-bye. Pocket clip is absolute trash. I am so glad I wrote down what these tools were on the box. It's like I got a bunch of these boxes for shipping knives, shipping beads, shipping resin stuff out with. I'm so glad I wrote down what they were on here. Yeah, and 2020's weird isn't quite as over the. I take that back. Some 2020's weird is as over the top as the 90s was, but you're right. It's a totally different vibe. Me with knives. What is up? We're working on this $12 Schrade with the rainbow finish on it, gas station grade goodness, and trying to wear this coating off. And I'm removing this pocket clip because it's torn a chunk of skin off of my finger. My fingy hurts. But we're also talking about weird music videos and weird commercials from back in the day, should you have input on that. Okay, bye forever, pocket clip. I will put you in the bag with other small knife parts in case I need the screws. Knockoff knives. It is on the early side over here. But I've got some time to spend on this, a little bit longer than a couple of hours. And Mike, what's up? And I can run a little bit later before I got to load up my meds and crash at about 4:30 this afternoon. And the can of Monster is gone. Oh God, I remember the puppy monkey baby deal going on, but I don't remember that commercial. I don't know if I've seen it and forgot about it, or if I never saw it. Okay. Okay, without the pocket clip's a lot better, but that thing definitely bit me while I was running it with the pocket clip. Oh, that is so much better. I wish I would have had the foresight to just go ahead and take that off before I started. This is one of the reasons I don't like... Beefer had to take a phone call, I think. Or was that Punisher? Might have been Punisher. Oh. No, that was Beefer. But yeah, that's one of the reasons I don't like tip down all that much. You know, I got to pull it out of my pocket and then flip it over and then open it, which I don't like, and the clips tend to bite my hand, and I don't enjoy it. This feels a lot better with no clip. Might have been Fook. Wendy's. Where's the beef? I don't remember the oh yeah, that's a good one, Rich. Where's the beeper? I don't remember the I do remember there being a commercial that existed with the It Must Be the Shoes. However, it's been so many years that I cannot remember it. But yeah, one of the things we touched on was the very first Ronald McDonald commercial with Willard Scott, and then the commercials from the 60s, and I'm watching those, and it's like, I clearly stopped huffing Ronson's lighter fluid at the wrong time. Oh God, Bo knows. Oh geez, I hadn't thought about that in, God, better part of 30 years. The Make 7 Up Yours, that one just came back. I wish I'd have gotten one of those shirts. And I am still struggling with this hollow grind into the big flat hanging up in the cardboard at the bottom of the cut. That is so irritating. Why won't the coating wear all the way off? Ah! Like, it's only showing significant wear at the highest friction point in contact, and even then it's not enough to make me happy. Punisher, I have not seen that, but I kind of wish I had. Name a car for a edit. 1997 Nissan Altima. Go for it. I have no idea what the edit is, but okay. Some clarity on that would be appreciated, just because I'm confused. Oh God, those Hardee's commercials with the girls washing cars and stuff. Oh, so we talk about girls washing cars and now you need a shower. That is suspicious. That's real suspicious, sir. Huh. I would imagine it didn't play for long. Like a talking skiddly boop seems like something that pearl clutching would start up with immediately. Hey. I'm just saying the timing's real suspicious, knockoff. That's all I'm saying. The timing raises an eyebrow or two. I don't remember the Bust a Nut commercial. Like the Corn Nuts commercials that I remember were like kind of the letter X stream. You know, the letter X was in everything, and those were kind of like an homage to Crazy Daisy Ed on Liquid Television. All right, man. See you in a bit. Yeah, where's the beefer? He disappeared. Yeah, we had just mentioned that one. The old Wendy's commercials. Okay, so that cut went cleanly. Let's see if the edge is cleaned up enough to start cutting smooth again. If I could hold the paper right, that'd be nice. Yeah, some edge wear is showing up. It's just a couple of small spots, I think, where it's pushed through the most cardboard, but it's not too bad yet. Yeah, Joseph. We did mention that one about 10 minutes ago, the old Wendy's commercials. I actually went back and watched a couple of those a little while back when I started going on the old commercials kick. Now, what else was there? I'm still... Oh, God, Trunk Monkey. Yeah, that one was a good one. Those were good. Yeah, the Trunk Monkey was good. Like, that was kind of peak 90s. What the hell else was there? Oh God, yeah, that's where I saw him the most. Is the Pepsi commercials. Because yeah, that's when I went back and looked for the other Max Headroom stuff and kind of stumbled across the whole pirated TV signal incident with what originally launched Max Headroom. Oh, nice. I've got a picture of a guy dressed as a Teletubby with a shotgun as my profile picture on Discord, which I can't remember how to sign in on my new phone, so it kind of stopped being a thing. And I only had Discord for a couple of friends. One of them was for Rocket League and stuff, and the other one was for a heads up on a friend of mine's live streams. Which, speaking of, April, one of my guys is doing a drive to raise funds for Make-A-Wish Georgia, and I'm gonna help him out as much as I can. So you'll see a plug for that campaign during April on my videos. because I think he's raised enough money over the last 2 years to grant 3 separate wishes. And last year he cleared over $5 grand. And I got him in touch with one of my guys that won his episode of Forged in Fire, and that dude, I believe, made a knife for his donation drive to sell off. So like, we're making stuff happen. I made a whole bunch of lanyard beads. I mentioned that earlier, but I was hoping he could sell them for like 20 bucks a pop and raise some money, but they ended up using those to help sell challenge coins and patches. I don't remember the I don't remember either of those, Joseph. Bro, like, I wanted Teddy Ruxpin so bad, like, as a kid. And then when I hit, like, the early 90s, not the early 90s, the late 90s, before I got a CD player, I realized that I really, really wanted to throw, like, one of my Iron Maiden cassette tapes in there and watch that happen. And, of course, that was kind of when eBay was just barely a thing, and I had no credit card or anything to order off eBay with, so I just had to sit there and think about it. And now that I could order one, I don't have any cassette tapes to do it with. So that's kind of a moot point. I could probably get one of those, CD to cassette adapters that most of us rocked out whenever we got our first portable CD players for our cars. But it's not worth the money now, unless I had some way to use it for a video or something. Which I don't think there's a good way to do that without setting off the copyright strike algorithm. Hooray for copyright strikes. Like, I'm surprised it took them that long to start doing that, considering how huge the proliferation of, like, you know, the AMVs, the fan-made videos of, like, various animes set to, you know, Linkin Park and Disturbed and all that. But I would have loved for that to have waited a bit longer so I could take better advantage of the music thing now. I honestly don't remember the Chrysler Cordoba. Was that like early to mid 80s, or did I just miss it? He might figure out how to put MP3s on his phone. I actually had an 8-track player for the longest time. And I had a small stack of 8 tracks, but I had it just to say I had it. I didn't actually have anything that I wanted to listen to too greatly on the 8-track player. But yeah, for the longest time in my truck, I had a cassette player. I didn't have the money to buy a CD player to put in there. I was making $9.75 an hour trying to take care of a wife and 2 kids and a mortgage. So the only time luxuries happened was when taxes came in, and that, of course, lasted about 2 weeks every year. That's how I paid for my cell phone. I'd go to Metro PCS and pay for a year up front, and then I didn't have to worry about the bill for a year. But, you know, that also kind of died off towards the end there. So I wound up, it's just luxuries didn't happen. You know, the closest thing I had to much luxury was, you know, spending like $3 on breakfast at McDonald's and buying a can of Monster. And even then, the ex-wife would start fights over that. And I don't know if it was because, you know, I was doing something nice for myself or what, but she absolutely hated it. But, you know, I'm kind of falling back into that spot now just because I'm not making enough to quite completely stay above water at work right now. So kind of waiting on if I can get my promotion and get the overtime hours you get as a part of the management team. Yeah, I'll be okay. But they keep saying soon, and soon doesn't happen. Yeah, okay, I remember the Grey Poupon. Like, I remember those. Those everybody remembers. Um, and of course, I still stock that on the shelves at work, so, you know, I'm left thinking about that pretty regularly. But yeah, those Grey Poupon commercials, those definitely stuck around. Geez, dude, it sounds like your weather's absolute garbage right now. We were supposed to have some pretty severe weather yesterday, and then it turned out to be a whole bunch of nothing. Like, it seems like bad storms head this way, and there's all kinds of weather warnings about it and all that. Or at least you go to check the weather, and, you know, they're predicting nasty, nasty light thunderstorms, lightning, all that. And they get out to this part of the state, and there's like, ah, fuck it, I don't care anymore. I'm not doing anything. Oh yeah, the Doublemint twins. Those definitely stuck around for a long time. And of course, that goes hand in hand with the old Mentos commercials. Those were always something. They weren't weird. It's just those were a thing at the time. Huh. I hope that's pronounced Pippi and not Pee-Pee, because Pee-Pee would be funny as hell to an American. I'm not sure you're saying what you think you're saying there. A big pee-pee on a big pee-pee on an actress is a very, very different thing here. I've only watched a little bit of One Piece, so I don't really know all the characters, and I definitely haven't seen all that many of them. I mean, when I say a little bit, I think like 27 or 30 episodes out of the 14,000 that are out there now. Which I think that was on Hulu, so I couldn't pick that back up if I wanted to. God, what else was there? I think I stopped cutting this stuff up last time just because it was really, really, really hardcore to cut. Maybe this will put some extra wear on this coating, because I mean it's really not wearing that heavily yet. But I looked at the listing and it said titanium coated. I've probably made the better part of like 300 cuts right now. Like, I've been doing what you're seeing nonstop since 1 p.m. Or not 1 p.m., noon Eastern time. So I've been at this for like 2 hours. Yeah, big airbags are always a nice thing. Oh yeah, this stuff is hard to cut. So we're probably also going to see significant edge wear off of this. Oh, Jesus, dude, that is old, but I remember it. I do remember that. Here, kid, take my jersey. It smells like feet, ass, and corn chips, but I'm sure you'll be excited. I mean, jersey for Coke is almost as good of a trade as watch for children. Especially if you need a watch. I'm not sure what your profile picture is. It is very, very tiny on here, sir. All I'm seeing is a little bitty tiny bubble. The Terrazola Starmate is definitely a knife I hadn't heard of before. I'm assuming that's an older Spyderco that's not in production anymore. It may end up being quite expensive now. This box of cardboard scraps is piling up too high. Boy, if this thing doesn't quit squeaking like this, we may not be doing any more of this cardboard. So if you haven't been here for the explanation repeatedly, the hollow grind into this big flat is making this thing hang up in the bottom of the cuts, and it gets really hard to pull back out. And this stuff is much thicker and more hardcore than what I've been cutting so far. So if it does start squeaking like that, it's going to be loud. Oh yeah. Yeah, this is definitely some hard cutting stuff. I think if I can get through this one section of box, I'm not cutting more of this. Oh, I'm cutting against the grain too, so that's even better. Yeah, that's what I kind of figured. Figured that would have been out of production for a while if no one's mentioned it before on anything that I've seen. Yeah, this one's going to be pretty hardcore for edge retention, I think. However, holding it kind of diagonal like this is making it easier to cut. I spoke too soon. I did not line that cut up well. There's that squeak. I'm not even sure that's edge wear right there. I think that's just adhesive. I just cut through like a good bit of tape on this. Uh-oh. Guys, I've just started crop dusting myself. I tell you what, alive and kicking, I'm putting you in charge of avenging my death. God, this stuff is difficult to cut. I tell you what, though, I am done cutting it sideways against the grain. Let's try it in the right direction. It's still difficult to cut, but it's doable. YouTube didn't freeze up on me, did it? I haven't seen any comments in a hot minute. No? Dear God, I actually vaguely remember some wine cooler commercials, but I don't remember what they were or what they were about. I think those might have been a bit before my time. I know there was a point, well, no, it wasn't before my time, but I know I didn't really see those a lot. What was it, like guys hanging around campfires and stuff? Was that it? Okay, I'm done with this cardboard for this knife. That stuff is starting to suck. And I am starting to run a little bit low on cardboard. But let's see what that did to the edge, because that was some rough stuff. Yeah, I can't tell if some of this is wear on the coating or just old adhesive stuck to it. No, the edge is still pretty damn good. Yeah. Like, that's not the cleanest cut on the planet, but it's still pretty clean. Oh God, Zima, Jesus Christ. Yeah, that was back when it was like all lifestyle ads. You know, this is how cool your life could be if you had Zima. Like, I stopped drinking completely in 2008, but I do remember Zima just tasting like uncarbonated Sprite with too much sugar in it. Like, at the time, I was kind of grateful that Zima led to Smirnoff Ice happening. I did thoroughly enjoy Smirnoff Ice for a few years there. But, yeah. Oh, God. Yeah, the only reason that I thought about those Hamburger Helper ads recently was that Family Guy flashback. Or that cutaway on Family Guy. I'm not too surprised the Edge is holding up this good. Like, it's listed as 9CR18 MOV on the Amazon listing. So this should be the best edge retention that we've had so far. I'm still trying to think about some of the old commercials that I appreciated, but like I'm drawing such a huge blank right now. Like, I hate when you go to think about something on purpose and your brain's like, fuck this shit, I'm out. And then you can't think of anything. This hollow grind just does not like cardboard. Oh yeah, like, and I know mini trucks have made a comeback as of like they made a comeback and they came back pretty big and then kind of died back down again. You do still see some mini trucks being built. Like, mini trucks weren't ever my thing. You know, it's like lowering a truck too much or lifting it too high. I'm kind of not a fan of, just because it interferes with the truck's ability to be doing truck stuff. You know, like, for God's sake, trying to move, you know, a couch and some dressers and an old CRT TV and stuff with a lifted truck. Knock off! I can't imagine how bad trying to move with a lifted truck would be. Like, that's got to be worse than using a colostomy bag as a Capri Sun. Well, I damn well know Coke definitely pushed their advertising everywhere. There was that Pizza Hut commercial with Mikhail Gorbachev. I do remember that. You know, that was at the end of the first Cold War, which, honestly, if you would have said first Cold War back in the late 80s, everybody would be like, the what? Oh God, yeah, that Pepsi commercial where you could win a Harrier jump jet, and then they didn't follow through on it. Jeez. Oh man, I love just old stuff like that that survived until now. Like, that's actually a really cool pickup, dude. And what was it, like, Pepsi had like the third largest navy in the world for a brief moment there, because somebody paid them in old military ships and subs. I was gonna say, if Punisher was still here, like, Punisher, if you're in here, like, do you know what happened with the Pepsi Navy? Like, more specifics? Yeah, Pepsi definitely committed a bit of a... Yeah, Pepsi committed a bit of fraud there, just because I don't think they expected someone to actually collect those. So they didn't make it clear that, you know, those commercials were a bit of satire. They definitely screwed the pooch on that one. Actually, you know what? I'm going to take a break from cutting for a second. I'm going to look on Chrome and see if I can get some details. Okay. I'm looking at historykills.com. 1980. God dang it. Go away, cookie policy. Okay. So 1989, the year Pepsi briefly became a naval superpower. Pepsi goes back to 1959, and the U.S. And the USSR agreed to hold cultural exhibitions. Pepsi vending machine. Let's see. Pepsi could not accept Soviet rubles as payment as they were not convertible to other countries and had no value outside the USSR. Pepsi struck a deal with the Soviet government. Instead of rubles, Pepsi would receive vodka. However, by 1989, things changed. Sanctions on the Soviet Union, including vodka. So Pepsi couldn't sell vodka in its main market. Pepsi's contract with the USSR was about to expire. He asked for $3 billion worth of payment for his syrup. The Soviets had no hard currency to offer. So they gave Pepsi a fleet of naval vessels they no longer needed or could afford to maintain. So it became 17 submarines, a cruiser, a frigate, and a destroyer. At this time, to some estimates, this made Pepsi's navy the 6th largest in the world at the time. So they sold them for scrap metal, making a profit of about $3 million. That is wild. Yeah, so they took old subs and stuff like that. Like 17 old submarines. That is nuts. Oh yeah, I've seen those new Rangers. I'm like, why bother? Like the point behind the Ranger was a smaller, more accessible truck. For a while there, I had a what was it? It was a Mazda B2300. I can't remember what year it was, but you know, it was trippy because you're in a Ford Ranger because they were made by Mazda. And a friend of mine had an Explorer, and he knew, like, I looked at him, I'm like, I bet my Mazda has the same interior components as your Ford Explorer, because I damn well knew. And he's like, dude, there's no way. And I showed him, and it was pretty much the exact front half of his interior in a Mazda. Because, like, it tripped me out when I first drove it. But, you know, I got used to it. It was kind of like there was a Chrysler. It might have been like a Chrysler Laser or something like that. I don't know. The car didn't have branding on it that I'm aware of. It didn't have like the name of the car on it. But one of my ex-wife's friends, he had some property, and he had a whole bunch of old cars that barely ran. So what we would do when we hung out there is, you know, my ex-wife would hang out with his wife. They were friends since they were kids. But we'd go out into the pasture and we'd get one of these cars and get it kind of running, and then take it trail cutting through the woods or doing donuts in the pasture or something like that. Like, we were driving a 1989 Honda Civic through a path in the woods that had started getting made but wasn't finished, which I cannot tell you how much fun that was. But then he had this Chrysler, and it was a small rear-wheel drive car. The only problem is the button under the clutch that told it you were pushing the clutch in to start it didn't work, so we had to push start it. But I had the brilliant idea of cutting the doors off, and he was game, so we removed the doors. It was it only had 2 doors. I think the back seat was one where you had to lay the front seat forward and climb over that. So we took those doors off, and we tore ass through the woods. We tore ass out into the pasture, and you know, we'd hit a good few miles an hour, and then lock the e-brake and spin it around a couple times. the Civic, I remember there was a spot in his property where he had run over a bush. So you would drive through the remains of the bush and you would hit basically an impromptu ramp and catch a couple feet of air. I think we did that with that little Plymouth. I don't remember, but that thing was a blast. He also had a 1989 Nissan Pathfinder with no title on it. He said the guy that had the title was institutionalized for some profound mental health issues. So that was the first thing we took cutting trails in the woods. And we had a lot of fun with that. And then the next time I was there, both the tires on the passenger side were flat. So we took that with the flat tires out into the pasture and started doing donuts with that. And I can't tell you how much fun that was. We were trying to knock one of the front fenders off with those tires just to see if we could. We dented the hell out of it and beat it up, but we didn't actually get that thing knocked off. Okay, so we've removed almost all the old adhesive. So we can do an edge check and see how that's holding up. This is still almost like it came out of the box. Almost. Very minimal edge wear. Which this is also the best steel that we've tested so far. If you're just coming in, 9CR 18 MOV. We've done 3CR. We've done vintage buck knife 440. We've done probably 420 series steel on a 2007 cheap Winchester knife from Walmart. And we've done what we think is a 420 J2, which is the softest steel I think I have experienced since cheap gas station knives back in the 1990s. And since no 9CR 18 blade with titanium coating. If it was a titanium blade, it would not hold an edge longer than about 20 seconds. But the Walmart knife with the whatever they used, it is about as soft as old knives with a Pakistani steel. Something that you would have found interesting, Punisher, I think, is we just went online and looked up the history of the Pepsi naval fleet. And like, while you were gone, I was like, I'm sure Punisher knows exactly what that is and can explain it in better detail than I can. But yeah, that Mazda was a Ford Ranger. And I remember doing spark plugs because I had the little 4-banger in there. And like going in there and doing spark plugs, I'm like, why are there 8 spark plugs and 4 of them are impossible to reach without 3 different knuckles on your socket? I strop when it gets too dull to cut paper easily. When it starts tearing instead of cutting, then I'll strop it. And that's just to see how quickly it strops up, you know. And besides which, like if we don't do that here and it's getting really hard to cut cardboard, then we kind of run out of live stream. Because like I don't have a second knife over here to pick up and grab and keep going. You know, I've just got this one here, but yeah, when it gets really dull, I like to see how well it strops up and then, you know, kind of see how the edge retention is after the strop. You know, by the time it goes dull enough to need a strop, we've done the test and now we're just hanging out until I get too tired to keep going. Yeah, we actually talked about the Harrier jet deal too. But no, so Russia owed Pepsi like $3 billion for a bunch of Pepsi syrup. And since the ruble was worth next to nothing, they were paying with vodka that Pepsi could sell, I guess mainland or something like that. And then sanctions against Russia stopped them from doing that anymore. So instead, they traded for like 17 submarines, a frigate, and a destroyer. And then they sold them for scrap metal. So briefly, Pepsi was the 6th largest naval superpower in the world. Yeah, you'd mentioned that earlier. Weekends are made for Lowenbrow, but I don't think I ever saw that one. I know it was a bit later in the game, but at some point, at least in the US, they made it illegal to advertise alcohol and cigarettes on TV. You know, and from what I understand, people in European countries are shocked at how many commercials for pharmaceuticals, you know, medications for various health issues, how many commercials we have there. And then I remember all of a sudden they started having to list the possible side effects. So you're looking at this thing. This will give you all your hair back and give you your libido back. Side effects include rectal leakage and bleeding. Oh God. So does anyone here remember AIDS candy? AIDS diet candy, AYDS. Because that was from the 1970s going into the 80s until the AIDS epidemic, which that is history of this country I am so ashamed of. But yeah, they got killed. And like the taglines, while they would have been good like 3 years earlier, had the most unfortunate timing of anything ever. It's like, AIDS is a great way to lose weight. You guys, you're not saying what I think you're saying, or what you think you're saying. AIDS tastes great. Yeah, back when I used to drink, I liked Smirnoff Ice. I mostly went with Ice House. I genuinely liked it, and $4 for a 6-pack of Tall Boys was hard to argue with. I did drink a good bit of exactly. I did go through quite a bit of a Steel Reserve, which, let me tell you, if you want to hate yourself even more than you already do, the hangover from Steel Reserve is a very efficient way to go about it. And yeah, Punisher, this coating isn't really wearing off any more than it has. And I think what's looking like somewhere is actually just old adhesive that's not rubbing off. It's not going anywhere. Oh my God, Tab was so disgusting. Jesus H, zombies. Like, if there's anything as nasty as LaCroix, it was Tab. Jesus, that stuff was awful. God. Like, Tab tasted like you were drinking rust with sugar in it. Yeah, no, it's like if you accidentally touch something with a lot of rust and touch your face and you get a taste of it. Ew, Jesus Christ. It's like you had that, but with sugar in it. I genuinely don't remember any of the Miller Genuine Draft commercials. Like, I said, the only beer commercials that really stick out that I remember that much were the Budweiser frogs. And of course, I don't remember any Spuds McKenzie commercials really, but I do know that was a thing, and I remember the dog himself. Yeah, Jesus Christ, Tab was horrifying. If any of you guys have been to the Coca-Cola Museum in Atlanta, there was a drink called the Beverly that it was that kind of awful too, and I don't know how that sold in its home country, but Jesus Christ. But I mean, like, I already can't do stuff with artificial sweeteners in it. For some reason, the taste sticks with me for the rest of the day, and it's off-putting, like kind of a little bit of nausea. So you run into stuff like tab and things like that, and it's just like it doesn't get much worse than that. That's like all the energy drinks that are coming out with cool flavors that I want to try. They're all zero sugar. They're all artificially sweetened, and I can't do it. I remember Pepsi Clear being pretty okay. Wasn't quite Sprite, but it was okay. I will say right now, I cannot tell you how much I miss Surge. I loved Surge. I loved when it came back, and then it vanished again, and I am so angry about it. So Landmines and Jellyfish, honestly, is kind of a spin-off of some old, oh, what the hell is his name? Cross-dressing comedian. What is his name? Jesus. Eddie Izzard. Eddie Izzard. I saw an Eddie Izzard special where he opened up with ladles and jelly spoons. And so back on my old channel, I used to try to think of kind of like when I do the jokes at the start of these videos, I used to try to think of an original version of that every time. And then I kind of settled on Landmines and Jellyfish for the first couple of these, and was like, you know what? This sticks. I'm okay with it. Yeah, Eddie Izzard. Exactly. Which, that guy is good. That guy is good at comedy. Actually, one of my favorite stories about messing with one of my friends. This guy was obsessed with Eddie Izzard. Like, I mean, that was like his entire personality for a few years there. So if you just yelled cake or death, he would start reciting the entire bit and get super, super into it. Hey, Shauna. But he gets super, super into the Eddie Izzard bit and wouldn't stop. And so I combined this with the fact that I had a friend named Steven who lost one of his testicles to a testicular torsion that he didn't go get looked at because meth. And my buddy that was, you know, the Eddie Izzard fan, he had a habit of setting down whatever he was holding and walking away, including his phone. He's one of those guys. So we're all sitting around drinking one night, and I have this brilliant idea. I yell, cake or death. I get him started on his tear, and then I palm his phone and hand it off to my buddy Steven. I'm like, hey, go take a picture of the lone dangler, your single testicle, and set it as a wallpaper on his phone for me. And so he does. He takes the phone upstairs, goes to the bathroom, takes a picture of his one nut, and sets it as the wallpaper. And he puts it back, and my guy is still on his Eddie Izzard tear. And so he keeps going. And then I shoot him a text message to get him to look at his phone. And he picks it up and can't quite figure out what it is, because we are all sloppy drunk at that point. And so he starts like holding it up in the air and like putting his face real close to it and squinting at it. And there aren't many times in my life where I've laughed harder than that. But he figured out what it was and lost his cool. He is like just throwing a tantrum, yelling at us at the top of his lungs. Then he sets his phone down and walks away after he sets the wallpaper back to what he had. He puts the phone down and walks away again. So I get him started on something else. And I give Steven back the phone. I'm like, hey, man, hit him again, hit him again. So he goes back upstairs, takes a picture of the one nut, and sets it as the wallpaper. I put the phone back where I got it from, and we waited a little while. And just enough time for him to forget that it happened, kind of. And, of course, it had been long enough that the McDLT, yeah. But long enough that it didn't seem suspicious. And then I shot him a text, and he picks up the phone, and he can't figure out what's happening for a second time, but he squints at it, and he gets it faster. And he loses his temper and starts yelling at us all over again. Like, he was loud. So, he then proceeds to set the phone down and walk away yet again. So, Like we got him with that about 4 times. And he kept getting more and more pissed off, but he kept setting the phone down and walk away again. So I go and I take a picture of my leg hair, but I kind of pinched it and spread it out. So you saw my fingers spreading something out that was covered with a lot of hair. And set that as the wallpaper and put it back. And that was the last time that night he put his phone down and walked away. I can't believe it took that many tries. But yeah, that was my buddy Brian, and he was something else. Like, during one of the rare times where I actually had satellite TV through Dish Network, someone from Dish Network called and tried to sell me Dish Network. So I'm sitting there, and I'm just like, dude, you're wasting your time. I already have Dish Network. And he still kept going on the script. I'm like, I've already got Dish Network, dude. And he still keeps plowing through the script. So Brian, which I think was high as hell at the time, he's like, here, give me the phone. So I hand it to him, and he grabs it, and almost immediately he's like, sir, I am the incarnation of Dish Network. There are 9 sandwiches in my underwear, and 5 of them are named Ricky. And then he hangs up on the guy. Now, I desperately wish I could have been there when the guy told his coworkers what just happened to him. Like, that was just peak Brian being Brian right there. And I miss hanging out with that guy, but he lives where I lived before I got divorced. And that is like a 2-hour drive from here. So like, I don't go back out there. There's nothing there for me except some like dead memories and a few friends that I care about. That's not an area I really care to see again, but I do miss the guy. And somehow, oh, I miss Radio Shack. But somehow that guy is now a college professor. And he's got his own house and wife and kids and all that, so he's doing good. But if you would have told me at that point in time he would have grown up to be a college professor, because like I knew him, he was trailing out of high school going into college. But if you would have told me he was going to be a college professor at any point in his life, I would have called not just some, but all of the bullshit. Professor one, no, like, we didn't really focus on that outside of that one time. But like, since I had nicknames for a lot of people, I called him Barrio Steve just because he was still kind of hood rat. You know, his thing was, you know, at one point in his life, he did a lot of meth. I'm pretty sure he had stopped doing that by the time I spent a lot of time around him. But he was a good friend. And his brother-in-law is who my ex-wife wound up having an affair with for like 2 years. And after, like, I rented space out to him in my basement. I kind of set up a little privacy area. And that was just to sleep and, you know, possibly perform some self-flagellation without being bothered. But yeah, once he moved out of there and the shit hit the, like, I didn't see him much after he moved out of there. But after the shit hit the fan and, you know, I finally got some clear confirmation that that affair was happening, I really didn't see him again. He didn't really talk to me or anything after that. And, you know, of course, there's so much I don't know about what happened with all that mess. So, you know, I'm past all that now. That was, God, like 12, 13 years ago. So at this point, the less I know, the better. Oh, nice. I don't think I knew anybody that had it that bad with the speech, but I think we all know one guy that talks kind of like that. Oh, was anybody else here in the Boy Scouts back in the day and got that Boys Life magazine from being in the Boy Scouts? Because that stuff had some you know, cartoons a la newspaper comic strips that were ridiculously weird. I still have some Garbage Pail Kids stickers somewhere. I know they still make them, so I got some. And then they got Funko Pop style Garbage Pail Kids that you could get in blind packs. So I got a few of those too over on the wall of crap in the war room. But yeah, I remember back in the day when those things, you know, were first on the market and a big deal. And yeah, like the daycare place that we got sent to after school every Friday would have a night where they took us to a roller skating rink, and the concession stand had Garbage Pail Kids stickers, so we'd be buying those and trading them, and they were fun to have. So yeah, I mean, dude, you remember those cartoons, right? Like, I cannot remember the guy's name from Mad Magazine, but it looked like the same guy, only doing like really weird pseudo-futuristic backgrounds and all this stuff. Like, it was so damn weird. Oh yeah, no, Alfred E. Newman, that guy was an icon for a while. I know Mad Magazine is kind of falling apart, and once you reach a certain age, it quits being funny. I think it was a lot more wild way back in the 70s and early 80s than it was by the time I was able to get my hands on them. But yeah, like, I think it was the guy that created and owned Mad Magazine, was one of those guys where he basically lived like that. And I know, like, there'd be places, you know, one of the earliest iterations of the tuxedo T-shirt, they go to eat at places that required a tie and jacket, so he'd wear that under a cheap jacket to get in, and they just didn't catch it, or they caught it too late to do anything about it. So yeah, the coating is still going perfectly strong. I haven't done dick to it yet. Like, and yeah, this has got to be just adhesive that'll probably wash off or scrub off with some alcohol, because I ain't seeing nothing except some faint scratches from the cardboard that, you know, show up in the steel satin coatings and stuff too. I ain't seeing nothing. I never saw that. Like, it's weird too, because like, that's one of those things where, you know, your nostalgia kicks in and you're like, that was so funny, and you go back and look at it and it's like not even worth a slight chuckle now. But you know, that was definitely aimed at, you know, the younger demographic. Oh, ceramic will do that, sir. That's part of why I don't like using these knives on ceramic plates. My Civivi Mastodon got used for that at one of my guys' weddings, which dude's one of the best men that I know overall, period. But his wedding, they booked they booked this whole, it's like a whole resort thing. Like, it was crazy out in the sticks, and so he rented out basically a block of units for us to stay in for like 3 days. But we went out for dinner, and my stomach does some weird things occasionally, so I couldn't actually finish off my steak there. So I bring it back, and I go through the silverware drawer in the common area of this little kind of dorm block, and there is a lone plastic fork, no knives, no silverware, no nothing. So I had to use the Mastodon on that, and every time it touched the ceramic, I'm just like, then I was like, screw it, I'll sharpen it up when it gets dull. Like, I know you're supposed to use your knives, but I'm also like, I still don't want to jack up the factory edge on something that expensive. Oh God, Toys R Us back in the day. Oh, that place was magical. That's actually where I paid for my first Nintendo game out of pocket. I bought RC Pro-Am because I wanted like a driving and racing game. I'd played Rad Racer a couple of times, but I don't think that was there that day, and that was the only chance I was going to get. So I got Rad Racer. I do not regret it. Or I didn't get Rad Racer. RC Pro-Am. No regrets. That's actually a really good game. I don't want to cut up more of the same cardboard that I just stopped cutting because it was too difficult. Do I? This might not be the same stuff. Let's try it out. Let me cut this box up. This might be the same difficult stuff. Yeah, cutting this is not extracting much joy so far. It's not too bad. I still recommend the Work Sharp Precision Adjust. That thing is just, it's really good, and it's one of the more affordable ones out there. Like, you don't want to spend $700 on something. You know, I've still got some more time to go before I really use the or before I get the hang of really getting the best possible edge off of that precision adjust. But it's a great system. And yeah, no, ceramic will just destroy edges. That's part of why ceramic is used to sharpen knives. You know, it's harder than the steel, and it can definitely abrade. Yeah, this stuff is no fun to cut. Jesus. We're going back to regular Amazon boxes. I've still got a couple of small ones laying around here that I can use before I got to go back upstairs and find some more cardboard. Yeah, I think a lot of the guys that I've talked to, like I asked in one of my groups about what the best angle to sharpen at was for general use, and I think they said like 20 degrees for something that would be daily use that could still hold an edge pretty good. Which that's what I went in. That's what I did with the last couple of sharpenings I did. However, those were not on knives that I own. They were sharpening them for a friend. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure how well they hold up. I mean, it'll be more durable than 18 degrees. Yeah. and this is killing my hand right in here. Like, I'm gonna be paying for this tomorrow. And just like the Ozark trail knife from the other day, like this part of my thumb is just kind of going numb on me. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I haven't sharpened enough of them on there to really get the right angle dialed in. Woo! That is a no. The Schrade has not been stropped yet. The edge is still going quite strong. Yeah, 12 degrees is kind of ridiculous. I don't know how fast that'll wear out, but whew, that's a low angle. That was my cut. That was my bad on the cut. So it's hanging up where there's still adhesive on the blade, but otherwise it's still a clean cut. Let me see if the clean part of this cardboard will scrub the... Let me see if the clean part of this cardboard will scrub the adhesive off so that we can get a nice cut. Because, like, it's still cutting good. But I mean, again, this is the highest end steel that the highest end steel that we've used so far to date. Yeah, I mean, it's 9CR18. We've been doing like 3CR and 440 so far, so I'm not super surprised. And it's 9CR18, so there's a little bit more of the good stuff in there. The adhesive is not scrubbing off fast enough. But yeah, like, it's taken the tiniest bit of edge wear. After I'm done doing a bunch of cuts on cardboard that doesn't have tape on it and the blade's totally cleaned off, it's still a very, very sharp, clean cut. Oh yeah. Well, I mean, it's also, I've been cutting nonstop for 3 hours. So you're gonna get some hot spots no matter what you do on a lot of knives. The buck didn't hot spot, and that other rainbow knife we didn't hot spot. I think the Walmart knife hot spotted a bit. God, what else have we done? The Winchester knife from Walmart, I believe that hot spotted a little bit too. Okay, so we've knocked some adhesive off there. Okay, I think we've gotten enough adhesive off. Yeah. The open L didn't really give me any problems, no. Yeah, so I mean, The cleanliness of the cut has only gotten the tiniest amount worse since the last time I gave it a cut test. That should help you out a bit. And again, I'd recommend doing the 15-second pocket checks. Just do one of those a day. You know, it doesn't take more than like 2 minutes to do. Yes, we're still at it, and the edge is still almost as good as it was when I started. The coating has not worn off. The only thing that I'm getting is adhesive on here, but other than that, it's not wearing. Some of the spots that I thought were wearing out are just where adhesive stuck and it's not getting rubbed off. And I think after, we still got a couple of small candidates. Once we're done with this last couple of pieces here, I am going to break for, oh, nice. Once we finish off these last two small pieces, I am going to run to Bust a Whiz. That can of Monster is starting to take hostages. I don't think I have any really easy to use solvents here. Oh wait, I do have something. And of course the paper towels are across the room. Okay. Let's get a paper towel and some window cleaner and see how much of this adhesive comes off. And then, yeah, it is of. Let me try cleaning this blade real quick, and then I'm going to use the bathroom. So, and this stuff right here, if you need to clean your car windows, take this and a wad of balled up newspaper. If you go side to side and straight up and down while you're cleaning your glass, you can get it so clean that it's pretty much invisible if you don't have tint. If you do have tint, use microfiber. And like the stuff foams up good. Yeah. Yeah, all we got is old adhesive sticking to it, and that's it. Then again, the spine and the tip don't want to come totally clean. Either that's really, really gunked in there, or that is a little bit of wear. All right, so we got the gunk really cleaned off here. We got the edge clean. Damn it. Yeah, it's still going pretty strong. And I don't know if you can see it, but right up in here, you can see the transition into the part that's been doing the heaviest cutting. Right here is where it really starts. So that's kind of interesting. I don't know if you can post links, but if you hit Knockoff Knives' icon, you should be able to go right to his channel. Yeah, you can go to channel if you just tap his icon. That'll get you where you want to go. I'm not sure exactly how many subscribers I'm at. I do know I finally surpassed my old channel, and I'm still working my way towards 1,000. But without doing a ton of giveaways, really? Block or report? Let me see. Damn it, hang on. Okay. Does that show up for you guys as a link you can click? Let me know, because that's my old channel with moderator settings. There we go. Yeah, I can post links. We know that now, as I'm a moderator. But I think Rich tried to post a link earlier that wouldn't post because he's not a mod. Yeah, I'd already subscribed to Knockoff, so I can't really help that count out. All right, Fook, we're still going to be around for about an hour here, so if you do make it back, awesome. That is one hell of a phone call. My condolences. I have got to work tomorrow, but unless my schedule gets changed for bullshit, I should be off on Tuesday. And then Tuesday, I'll probably do a live stream that's not, I probably won't know exactly when until I do it. I may have some time tomorrow night for another one. We'll figure out what we're going in on. I may go in on this Ozark Trail. Two things: check edge retention and see whether or not a hot spot. Like, this feels pretty comfortable in hand, but not sure. This might be a different steel. It might hold up better. I gotta find more cardboard too, dude. Like, I'm running out. I may start hijacking some from work and breaking that down. But if you guys will give me about 2 minutes here, I am going to use the bathroom real quick because my back teeth are floating. Behave yourselves while I'm gone, children. Guys, real quick, we're going to try something. I need to grab it. We might be trying something if I can find it. Did I put it over here? I did not. What the what? Well, we were going to try something. Well, sorry for the holdup, guys. I was gonna pull out a knife that I made and see how well that does, but no luck. Oh, bro, I had to bust a whiz so bad. Before I had to use the bathroom, like I was dying. Oh yeah, no, I know people are coming in, live stream, cool, and then seeing what we're doing and being like, nope, I'm out. That's not the piece I want. This is what I'm looking for. Oh, Metal Complex, MC. Yeah, he should be live right now doing giveaways, which that's interesting. Like, I'm still pulling in subs, you know, and I think I hit like 816 for a minute there. And that's been without doing a whole bunch of giveaways and without pulling a ton of shout outs on other channels. Just because I can't afford to do a bunch of giveaways. But I said I still got something special lined up for that 1K. Yeah, the Metal Complex lives, I've hung out with for those a few times now, and it's just like the chat's going by so fast that nothing you really say gets seen. And so at that point, you're just listening to them ramble and respond to paid comments. And it might take 3 hours of waiting to go in on a giveaway, which, I mean, I know like just sitting there waiting for a giveaway is a little bit low rent. But I'm a bottom feeder. I just want free stuff. Okay. It flipped over. I don't care. But, you know, I'm a little low rent myself. I like free stuff. And he knows, he's completely aware that people, you know, hang out just to see if they win the giveaway and then leave. He knows. But with such a big pool of potential winners and how bad my luck is, I don't really sweat whether or not I win too hard. My luck is bad enough that I have had over half of the tickets in a raffle in hand and lost like 4 drawings in a row. And then somebody else saw what I did and went and bought more than I had and completely shafted me on that one. When I finally did win, it was just a bag full of crap that I was never going to use and had no need for. All the good stuff was gone. And you talk about disappointing. Oh boy. Okay, so audience participation time. I make my own e-liquid to vape on. This is the mix that I've been running for a long time now. It's my usual go-to. This is a brand new one that I made that I haven't tried out yet. So do I finish off this bottle of the old one, vanilla bean ice cream and cinnamon Danish swirl? Or do I go for the peach and vanilla custard mix? Y'all get to decide. And I'm going to keep them in my pocket so that they stay warm. So that's the question. Peach custard, one I've never tried, or vanilla ice cream and cinnamon Danish. Oh man, did all my guys in the comments take off for Okay. We got one peach. We got finish it. Well, that's the thing. I don't know which one I like more. Crap. I don't know which one I like more because I've never tried the peach. It's a brand new mix. And so far, I think I'm getting more finish the old ones than I am start with the new one. Let's see. We are at... a peach, old... peach. So I think I'm getting more peach, old, peach. It looks like the new one's getting the most votes. So we will go with that one in just a second here. Well, 1977. Before I started vaping, I was smoking 2 packs a day. A pack of Marlboro Reds and a pack of Camel Wides. Every day. I cannot tell you how desperate I was to quit smoking for the better part of a year before I finally decided to go in on just harm reduction. It's not 100% safe, but it's like 95% less damaging than smoking is. And after I was doing this for about 3 or 4 months, I was suddenly able to sprint. Is basically doing I don't know, 50-yard sprints, something like that, over and over again, trying to stay out in front of one of our greens mowers for an entire morning. Just basically, I had to run out, move the tees from in front of the mower, put them back, and then get to the next green before the mower got there to move those tees. And the interesting thing is when I switched over to vaping, one thing I had to do in order to offset the insane withdrawals, was like, even if you still have nicotine going into your system, there are a lot of additives in cigarettes that make them a lot more addictive, at least in America. Where you're at, Alive and Kicking, they probably don't have that happening. But they put additives in cigarettes here to make them significantly more addictive than they are on their own, which is part of why old guys, well, I quit cold turkey just fine. Yeah, you only have the nicotine to worry about. Your cigarettes weren't full of shit that make them more addictive that you have to try to quit too. So I'd have to force myself to smoke a cigarette like around midday and 1 in the evening to offset the withdrawals from the additives. And after about the 3rd day, I absolutely could not stand the way they tasted, and my throat was closing up about like that first week when I started. What is a BAT factory? I like my budget knives. I still look down on Tac Force and M-Tech and Vulcan and all those guys that are just raw, pure gas station knives. However, oh, British Tobacco. Okay. So they do put the additives in then. On the last live stream, we decided that maybe after I get paid this week, I'm going to order an M-Tech with, or no, sorry, I was on the comments of one of EDC Zone's videos. But I've made a decision that maybe when I get paid, when I get paid again, I'm going to order an M-Tech with a plain edge and go through and do cardboard slayer like this with it and see how long that steel holds up and see if it's any better or worse than that Walmart Ozark Trail that we did the day before yesterday. Maybe it's still all right. Maybe it's not. Yeah, like I don't have a problem with Metal Complex at all. You know, he does seem like a genuinely nice guy, and when he does do reviews on some stuff and has gripes about stuff, it seems pretty legitimate. It's not like he's just picking something apart because he doesn't like the guys or doesn't like the company. Most of what I see now is just unboxings and stuff. Occasionally it's stuff that I really, really want, I am actually jealous of, like the PMP knives and the Midgard's Messers. But yeah, the live streams, it's him rambling, and again, he's only really able to read the paid comments. And the comments are going by too fast to even have a conversation with somebody. You know, it's like you fast forwarded through the end credits of a movie watching those damn comments fly by. All right. Now, I saw Patty's potato peelers years ago, and I think there were a couple of companies that were sending him free knives to check out, and then I'd asked him how he was going about getting those, because he was still a very, very small channel, and I never got an answer, which you know, yeah, so this is from last year or 2 years ago. It's 2 years ago. We're on the struggle bus badly enough that I couldn't afford to buy Girl Scout cookies this year. Like, that's where we're at right now. But yeah, I know, you hit a certain point where you can't keep up. And I'd like the live streams to be more like this, just maybe have 15 or 20 people in here, and we're all like having conversations like we've had tonight about the old commercials, you know, stuff like that. But then again, I also would like a large audience, you know, so it's kind of a divide there. And, you know, it would be nice to set it up where, like, you do first come, first serve. The first 30 people that show up get to do the live stream, and keep your audience size limited to small enough where you can actually enjoy the stream. And I mean, could you imagine on a channel like Metal Complex where there's that many people trying to get in, like the competition to get in there, if there's only like 30 people that are allowed to show up? You know, because like, well, I mean, part of the problem is those sponsored videos. Like, a lot of times you're under contract to do that sponsored video in a certain amount of time, get the approval of the company for that sponsored video. Sometimes, like, there are companies where you can still do a bad review, but they're trying to look to make sure your content isn't something that they don't want associated with their company. You know, like a bunch of overtly sexual content, or, you know, something that's racist, or, you know, something like that. But, you know, you don't, yeah, I mean, it's just, too many people in the chat just ruins the fun. Like, I'm not sure why people will, you know, gather in that large, not just kind of break off when you can't talk to the guy that's streaming, you can't talk to each other. It's just like, why are we here? You know, and make no mistake, I'd love to have some, not necessarily sponsors, although that would be nice. But by that point, my channel would be big enough that I'd have editing software and have to take the time to learn how to, like, splice in video from sponsors and, you know, get the ad read put down and then add that to the video. You know, but kind of the thing that I'm more reasonably expecting is at some point, maybe, you know, a smaller knife maker will, like, latch onto my content and my reviews and start sending stuff to check out. You know, that'd be cool. That'd be really cool. Why are we here just to suffer? Because chaos reigns. Yeah, I mean, it'd be really cool, but I also don't harbor unrealistic expectations, you know. At least for a long time going into the future, I'll be paying for my own steel and paying for my own reviews. I mean, the thing is, I'm not set up to edit. You know, I don't have a good way to export video from my phone to my computer. I'm not on an Apple device. I don't have separate cameras for that. I can't really pay for those, especially not to justify, you know, videos that get 45 to 70 views a pop. You know, and even if I had the software, like right now, I don't know how to use it. You know, when I was doing the blacksmithing channel, you know, I was talking to my kid about maybe doing some videographer work, you know, so I had someone holding the camera at good angles and, you know, doing editing, you know, like I've got a GoPro, but I could never figure out how to get the GoPro to shoot in landscape mode. I'm not sure where the setting is for that, or anything. Yeah, and like I'm on a cheap Android phone. Like I don't have good editing software on there either. Not to do what I'd want to do with the editing anyways. You know, like I come downstairs, I pop the camera in the ring light holder, and I let her rip. If I like the take, I'll go ahead and get a thumbnail picture, upload it. It might take 15 minutes to get a 5-minute review video done. And then I get out of there. Like honestly, to justify editing and all that and dumping that extra time in there, you know, the channel would have to be a bit bigger, and like maybe some editing would bring more people in, but you know, I don't feel like I could justify that extra time and effort right now. Oh yeah, like once I got into editing and I had an editing setup I was happy with, I'm pretty sure I'd enjoy it, you know? Especially like with the ability to throw memes in there. Like that's the big thing. You know, I make plenty of my own memes on Facebook. Rich, you've seen a bunch of them pop up that I handcrafted myself with Meme Generator Pro. Or no, just Meme Generator. I didn't pay for Pro. But again, that's maybe a little bit farther down the road whenever I can justify it and I might have more time and energy for it. It's like, that's part of it. The position I have at work is a team lead. As a team lead is basically the hardest job in the company because you're doing all the work of the rest of the guys at the bottom of the food chain, you know, throwing stock on shelves, working the trucks down when they come in, all that. This one does not like being cut along this seam. And you're doing a lot of the manager type work. You know, you're still closing invoices, you're doing the team huddles, all that. And like when you're a manager, you don't necessarily have to be out there throwing truck. You don't have to be out there working backstock. You're expected to be handling a lot of the administrative stuff. You know, all of that. And it's a lot of damn work. Like you go home so wiped out you can't function anymore. Or at least I do. All right, so it's starting to struggle a little bit on the cardboard. It's not struggling with that. I haven't seen Neebs' origin story. However, He's also like Neebs is I think is a little better than Metal Complex about when he reviews stuff. It's not just an unboxing and this is great or laughing or being amazed. You know, he will go into some stuff. I'll watch his videos once in a while. Um, but like his issues with Tucson, I watched that video and it seemed like there was a lot of valid issues there and a lot of valid complaints and a lot of him doing what he can to make the situation right before posting the video. But I haven't watched a ton of Neeb's Knives. Like, what is the issue with Neeb's Knives? Like, what is the problem everyone has with them? I'm curious now. Yeah, what is the problem around Neebs? Oh, um, I mean, it's pretty easy to accuse just about anyone of buying subs and views. I know the blacksmithing thing when YouTube said you can't do live streams without 1,000 or more subscribers. A lot of the guys in my group, they bought the subs to get back to live streaming. And I mean, it didn't feel like a thing I wanted to do. That was also, again, I was trying to build up enough of a following to actually turn it into something that could either make some income or at least help pay for itself. You know, get something back out of it. However, it kind of dawned on me like I didn't have a way to do good lighting. I didn't do, because like, again, like working in the garage. All right, the garage door opens into facing directly into the goddamn sun. So there's only like 2 places you can set the camera to get good angles. I could have used the lav mic. You know, something like that. Like I needed too much help to justify keeping it going when I didn't feel like it anymore. Well, the thing is like they were buying the subs so that we specifically could still hang out. Those of us in the group can hang out and watch the streams because, you know, we got guys and running from North Carolina to Wisconsin to Georgia to Texas. So that's the only way we really get to hang out is on those lives. And there's only one channel left still doing the lives. And we had Blacksmith Church Sunday morning. A guy named Tim, Big Dog Forge, he would stream and we'd all hang out. And the crowd was just the right size to make it enjoyable. But Tim just wound up kind of out of time, I think, between his day job and everything else he had going on. He just couldn't keep doing it every Sunday. So he passed it off to our guy, Yamez. And Yamez is still doing it. But it's kind of turned into a podcast thing more than anything else. But he'd do a lot of... like, he was also fun to watch. Like, I'd go in on his live streams all the time. He was you know, he's a good dude. I always liked his streams. I liked hanging out with him when we all met up in Ohio. The couple of years we did that. And he actually had one guy follow him from the Quad State grounds, the fairgrounds, out to where we were staying for the weekend, which that was nuts. The guy just kind of popped up out of nowhere. And I don't know how he got away with his ass intact. But Yeah, he somehow made it cool with everybody. I don't know how he turned that around and made it a net positive for himself. I sure as hell would have been like, dude, get the fuck out of here. Like, you weren't invited. We didn't ask you. This shit's extremely uncool. No. But, I mean, the guy turned it around and made it a positive for himself, so good on him. Yeah, it's a lot of views. And of course, you got those of us down here that are pretty much entirely self-funded. You know, like I'm totally self-funded outside of a few giveaway knives that I've picked up, you know. And of course, like, I don't think that more than a couple of places that are corporate have figured out how to generate viral videos on purpose. They kind of have to happen organically. Like the closest that I've come is my old channel has one video with like 30,000 views now. And the subscriber count hasn't gone up a single damn one. But that video still keeps pulling views, and it's been up for years. And I don't know if I talked about that video specifically, but years back when I was still in the blacksmithing thing, some of the groups I'm in on Facebook, guys would buy a new forge and they would say, well, it's got rigidizer on it. It's good to go out of the box. And you have to line a forge with refractory. You really don't want to run a forge with no refractory on it, because the white KO wool blanket that comes in there, it's like fiberglass insulation, but a lot more hardcore. And you will destroy your lungs and ability to breathe if you don't coat it, because those fibers get just shoved out into the air and you're just standing there breathing them. So I did a video showing the easiest possible way to put refractory in a forge, and it wasn't even to get views. It was just so that, you know, guys on Facebook that weren't doing the right thing, I could just send them that video, or I can post that link real quick and be like, look, here's the easiest way to do this. It takes no time, but you need to be safe about what you're doing. And somehow that thing took off against my will, and I'd love to have a video like that on this channel, but, you know, again, you can't predict what's going to happen. You know, and I think part of it too is I'm not feeding the algorithm enough. Because apparently you got to get a video over 11 minutes so that the algorithm is happy and will promote it more. And I can't think of enough things to say about a knife that I'm doing a pretty fast review on that'll make it last 11 minutes without it just being pointless bullshit. But yeah, it's over 8 minutes. So yeah, like I may try to work on figuring out how to hit that 8-minute mark without it turning into pointless bullshit. I'm just not 100% sure how to go about it, because like the last couple of videos, it took a little work to hit the 5 or 6 minute mark, just because I kind of ran out of stuff to say. Even you know, mentioning the live streams and what happens with those, it's still like I ran out of stuff to say. You know, it's not like I want to be holding y'all hostage. It's like, that's one thing that will turn me off on a channel pretty quickly, is if you just spend like 8 minutes talking and then get into the review. It's like, bro, I want to know about the knife. I don't really need everything else going with it. You know, for a minute there, I was checking out the eBay the TSA confiscated knife lots from eBay. Those were kind of interesting for about 2 days. But you know, there were guys that I just said fuck it, and like one guy, it was 25 minutes of talking, literally 25 minutes before he opened the box. I mean, yeah, you're a little guilty of that, but it's not as out of control as I've seen by a pretty wide margin, you know? I don't have a scale to weigh it. I'd like to, but that's also money I don't have right now to spend on it. Because there are a couple of knives that I've wanted to weigh. Yeah, edge symmetry might be good. If yeah, there's probably some little stuff I need to work in there, but that's also like when I'm watching videos, that's kind of the stuff that you know, like I'll watch videos. I'm not necessarily concerned about the weight. I'm not concerned about the calipers being broken out or any of that. And again, a lot of times it slows the pace of the video down so damn much that, you know, I don't care to keep watching it. And no, the TSA lots are all junk. You know, it's just sometimes interesting to see what comes out. And after the first 3 or 4 videos, you're satisfied. Your curiosity is pretty satisfied because you know it's all Swiss Army knife knockoffs and M-Tech and Tac Force. You know, all the nice ones have been picked out, and but all the good ones have been picked out and kept, and then the crap got sent out by the pound. Yeah, I'll try to think of some ways to get that extra 2 or 3 minutes out of there without wasting everybody else's time. I mean, that's the biggest thing. You know, if you're going to spend the time to watch a video that I've made, I don't want to waste your time on stuff that is very irrelevant or doesn't matter to us, especially with budget knives. You know, if you're looking at a high end, like, and high end is subjective. You know, for me, high end is like about $150 and upwards, give or take. You know, and I mean, even like my demands for some stuff in the $50 range are fairly stringent, but you know what you're getting there. You know, like every single one of us right now in this chat knows what to expect out of like a $50 knife. You know, we all know what our expectations are. We all know it's reasonable. But once you get up past a certain dollar value, the demands start getting real stringent. Like that action better be perfect. That blade better be perfect. The edge retention better be up there. You know, that heat treatment better be perfect. Because that's a hefty chunk of change to spend on a knife. You know, and yeah, like the TSA stuff, it sucks. After the third one, you're kind of done. That's the same thing with watching the Bud K hauls. Like if you go in, like 2 or 3 Bud K hauls, because the guys will get those, or they would. I don't see new videos coming out, but they'd get like those $75, $150 boxes of knives from Bud K, and you watch it, and it's interesting at first. They don't test the knives out at all, which at some point I may have to actually get a box of Bud K knives just to put through Cardboard Slayer and test out. None of them have tip-up clips on them. Half of them are slip joints, but they'd be good for doing live streams. But, you know, eventually it becomes just like 5 different colors of the same knife over and over again. So like $150 might get you like 30 knives, sometimes 40. But you know, that's basically like 6 knives, but you're getting like 5 variants of every single one of those knives. Yeah, and it's not so much that I like the knives that are that cheap. Like there's a difference between cheap and budget. I like budget. Cheap, like cheap knives are fun for stuff like this. They're just fun to see how far you can push them before they wear out. You know, and again, it's just like I mentioned on the review I just posted this morning. You know, one of the reasons I did that is because I'm not going to burn anything into anything. I don't have the equipment to do that right. But if I had a bit more artistic skill with my hands, I would definitely have something like that set up. But you know, like with the Temu knives and those Walmart Ozark trails, you know, what I kept seeing again and again was guys would unbox it, open it, and close it 3 times. Yeah, this is great. Buy them for your friends and family. Sir, you did not actually test the knife out. You know, they never actually test the knife out. They don't see what edge retention is. They don't see what the ergos are like. They don't see how it is to live with it for a few days. Nothing. Which is why I did what I did with them. Same thing with the Bud K stuff. There's no actual carrying the knife. There's no actual using the knife. There's just, I opened it. This is awesome. Buy them for your friends. This knife is great. Sir, everything about that knife looks cheap. It looks like a gas station would turn its nose up at those knives. Maybe hold off on using the word great or even good. I'll let you know about the dimensions. Like this tabletop, yeah, that would be great for an insert like that or a tray that sits over the top of it with the logo on there. However, the table I do the shorts on and the table I do the videos on, those Dragon magazines came from a friend of mine that just passed away, and I'm not getting rid of those. Sorry, I'm getting another box. My cardboard supply is running real low, so now I'm having to like find stuff. I'm saving those hard to cut pieces of cardboard for my next live stream. Yeah, just for this little table right here. It's not a big table. And real quick, let me get up and see if I have a I'm good. Like I said, I'm not comfortable with people sending me stuff unless I win a drawing or something like that. I just like I'll get it myself if I need it. I'm looking to see if I got a tape measure right here, Rich. Brother, I do not have a tape measure immediately on hand. While I'm standing up, though, I'm going to take another look to see if I can find the knife I made that I wanted to cut with. Wow. I have genuinely got no idea where I put a knife that I made that I had that many hours of work into. Like, it wasn't pretty, but I made it. And I thought it was in the box with the rest of the handmade fixed blades that I had, but no. It's not there. Where the hell did I put that thing? I'm gonna have to find that thing because I want to do a Cardboard Slayer stream on it. Hey Maxilla, what's up? Yeah, like if that's one of the things, like when I hit the 1,000 subscriber giveaway, it's not going to be an expensive knife, but it's going to be one of my favorite knives that I've found so far. Maxilla, what you doing today, man? Gotcha. Well, we've been running this thing for about almost 3 hours now, and the edge is still holding up all right. I don't know whether or not I have old adhesive on here. Let's check. I get a little bit more. I've only got like 3 or 4 knives that I made myself, and they're not great. Like, I'm not a good knife maker. I lack the patience for it. But at least I tried it, you know? I've given a couple away. But yeah, for the most part, I really don't have a whole lot sitting here. I've got one that's on the table that I might sharpen just to play with. But I made Damascus. I made some raindrop Damascus for it, and the Damascus delaminated in the worst possible spot, so it's not really salvageable as a knife. I think, yeah, I did go through and harden it, like I did the heat treatment on it so that I could get the etch out of the Damascus. But yeah, it split. Yeah, no, it's cool. Like, if Swab, what's up? It's going good. But yeah, like if you've got the time and the tools for it, it's definitely fun to try. That's how well this edge is holding up after 3 hours of cutting. I do not have a Panacea X. Okay, we got a clean sheet. Why do I always screw that cut up? Oh, let's try a diagonal. So there's definitely some edge wear showing now. The part that's doing the most cutting is showing the most wear, but it's still holding its edge reasonably well. Yeah. This is a Schrade. This is a $12 Schrade knife. And we went in trying to wear this coating off, but it's a titanium nitride coating, so it's not going anywhere. It's Schrade SCH 50. Crap, let me see if I can get some light on this. I think that's a 9. Yeah, SCH 509R. Schrade does not name their knives. They just give it the letter salad. I wish they would give them names. Yeah, Schrade ain't that bad at all. The only problem that I've had so far with this is the pocket clip was tipped down, and it took a bite out of me right there. That's the only real problem I've had. There's a little bit of hot spotting right here, but again, it's been 3 hours or 2 hours and 45 minutes. No, it's been 3 hours and 45 minutes of cutting. I've been going since noon, and it is 3:46 right now. So that should tell you how well it's holding up. I'll have to take a look. Like, I've got a soft spot for Schrade, and that's just off of the 470T Beast. Just because I've had that thing since 1998 or 1999, and it's been through a whole lot with me. Like, that thing has been through so many different jobs. It's been through so many different chapters of my life. And it's one of the few things that I still have left from that far back. But yeah, this thing has been going for 3 hours and 45 minutes, and that's how much edge it still has left. It hasn't been stropped. I have done nothing but clean off adhesive from the tape on these boxes. It's still going. And the blade is 9CR18 MOV according to the listing on Amazon. And the knife is no longer available on Amazon, but it cost me $12 when I bought it. But this is why I'm starting to care less and less about the specific blade steel on these ultra budget knives. Because like 3CR, that took 3 hours of this cutting and needed to be stropped up a little bit, but it was still fairly sharp. This 9CR, it's taken 3 hours and 45 minutes so far. It's still going. You know, this is kind of nuts. Not gonna lie. But I mean, I've said it before, it's a hell of a time to be a knife guy. Like, you think not super long ago, a knife that could perform like this would have cost a hefty chunk of change, certainly a hell of a lot more than $12. You know, because the cheap knives used to be, you know, 440 with not the best heat treatment or Pakistani steel. You know, just kind of a core memory popped up, not like yesterday, but a lot of the cheap knives that I had stainless Pakistan on them, which those were the worst. Those were absolutely terrible. I do kind of wonder where the stainless Pakistan knives went. Like, I haven't seen those in forever. Yeah, like, you know, knives should definitely be judged on individual performance. However, you can kind of generalize the blade steel. Because again, these guys are getting it from the same suppliers with the same heat treatment on it. You know, there's only so many people making 9CR steel, and they're all getting the heat treatment, the same heat treatment from the same place doing the heat treatment. So a lot of like my knife reviews are focused on, you know, comfort, like how comfortable are they to use? You know, how good's the factory edge? How comfortable are they to carry in a weird spot that, you know, shows discomfort pretty much immediately? You know, that waistband carry will show you issues with hot spots and stuff like that that carry in the pocket won't show you, which, you know, a pocket carry is different. All right, you don't have as many sources of irritation there, but you know, it's just definitely just a metric to look at. And yeah, no, it's just like you don't see them anymore. Like, I'm sure there's still Pakistani guys making knives out of terrible steel, but where did they go? Like, are they just sold in a different country now because everyone just kind of bashed? Like, I know Pakistani knives became incredibly unpopular. They became as unpopular as the knives from China were back in the day. But yeah, so 1095 with a good heat treatment can do some incredible shit. Like Dutch Bushcraft Knives did a video on the top Storm Vector, and that was in 1095 steel with the good heat treatment on it. And I was amazed at how good they did. Yeah, like, I know there's Pakistani makers in Facebook groups, generally speaking, that are trying to sell their stuff there, but they're trying to sell them as handmade knives, not, you know, not buy them in gas station knives. And stuff like this. It's available on like Amazon for $12. Like those things disappeared. They completely vanished. Like literally, I have not seen a cheap folding knife with stainless Pakistan written on it in over a decade. And like, oh, no, like I think it's like what, $100 or $150 or something like that. It's cheap. Wow. Yeah, dude, that was a long phone call. That's why I was offering my condolences before you left again. And Fook, believe it or not, here's where we are with the edge right now. A little bit of tear out, but it's still going strong for 4 hours of cuts. No, I have not stropped it yet. I have not stropped it yet. I'm going to push the stream out to like 4:30, and then getting around 4:15 or so, we'll strop it and see. Yeah, Schrade. Schrade SCH509R if you want to look it up. But yeah, getting towards about 4:15, we'll strop it and see how much work it takes to strop this back up to sharp, because that's a lot of cuts, and it may or may not take a long time to get stropped back up. But yeah, at about 4:30, I'm gonna have to go because I got to get ready to wake up at 2 a.m. to go into work tomorrow, unless my schedule has changed. Which I don't think the manager that changes my schedule constantly is back from vacation yet. You missed it, Fook. I went to use the bathroom. I mean, it's pretty momentous. Actually, it did, for some reason, it reminded me of, what was it like? It may have been about 6 years ago. All right, 6 years ago, and this may be a bit much on the information, but I developed a case of the green apple quick step. All right, I had the runs bad. So I was in the bathroom every 15 minutes, pushing the tip of my heart outside of my body. And the thing is after 5 or 6 days, I went to urgent care to get help. So they sent me to the gastroenterologist in the building, and those guys basically didn't do shit except give me the antibiotics I told them I was allergic to. And then when I called them to tell them that they gave me the wrong antibiotics, I said, well, try it for a few days and see what happens. Like, I know what'll happen. I'll start throwing up, but I'll try it. And so that's what I did. And then after I called them back to tell them I needed different antibiotics or something else was wrong, they stopped returning my calls. They stopped answering. So for another 2 weeks, I was going to the bathroom and pushing my heart outside of my body every 15 minutes, like clockwork. I finally saw a competent gastroenterologist that did a colonoscopy and sent me to the hospital pretty much right away after that. So 27 days of doing that, and I went from 180 down to 142, and I was so dehydrated when I got to the hospital and they gave me my first shot of prednisone steroids to stop everything. I went and took a piss, and it dawned on me, number one, it felt amazing, and number two, I said number two, it was the first piss I'd taken in about 3 weeks because I was so damn dehydrated. I cannot tell you how glorious that felt. I really can't. Okay, I'm back. I don't know if y'all can see it now, but it is back. Yeah. Um, I'm trying to get to where I can see my stream on my other channel so that I can actually watch it and watch my comments. Sorry, bear with me, guys. Why is it not letting me pull my stream back up? There we are. Um, okay, so we shouldn't be buffering anymore. I just had to take a second and find my stuff on YouTube. Okay, let me know. Is all good on your end now? Because everything's looking good on my end. Yeah, everything looks normal. All right, cool. But no, like, if any of y'all have gotten those steroid packs, those 5-day packs for like a sinus infection or, you know, a respiratory infection and all that, I think that first day's dose is something like 24 milligrams just for the first day. And they had me on 80 milligrams a day for, I think, around 6 months, give or take. Yeah, the Z pack. So I was taking almost 4 times as much as that first day in the Z pack every day. And I was so shot out that I really wasn't getting out of bed except to go get food about every 2 hours. And it took me another 3 months to taper down off of that stuff. I cannot tell you how much that sucked. And I think I know what I did to myself. There's a pain reliever, diclofenac sodium. All right. And that was about the only thing that gave me a ton of relief from severe back pain that was non-narcotic. And the doctor that prescribed it's like, yeah, you'll tear your stomach up if you take this too long. And I was like, nah, I'll be fine. I'll be fine. The pain isn't here so bad, so I want to keep it. And I think I took that stuff for like 2 years. And pretty sure it destroyed my stomach lining, like just destroyed it. And it ain't back to what it was before it happened either, but it's livable. But yeah, it messed me up, and now I can't take NSAIDs. But because of that, like, yeah, the last time I tried to take some was years after the fact, and I think it took 2 doses, and something in my lower chest area felt like maybe my appendix was exploding, but the pain was through the roof. It's one of the worst pains I've ever felt, and it was bad enough when I went to the hospital for it and they did the CT scan or whatever they did. After the doctor saw the results, he just walks into the room and he's like, here, have some morphine. No preamble, no nothing. He's just like, yeah, here's some morphine, dude. So, like, I can't take NSAIDs. I can't take, like, ibuprofen. I can't take aspirin. Like, the only thing I can take is Tylenol. So, the diclofenac sodium, however, I can use topically. There's something called Voltaren, and it's a pain-relieving pain relieving topical cream. I can use that. It does pretty good when I need it, but that back pain I was taking it for, turns out my spine was slightly twisted, and it was basically sitting on a nerve and irritating that, which is why most pain medication did not do shit to it. And that pain had been with me since I was about 16 or 17, up until about 2018. So from about 1997 to 2018, that pain was with me and I couldn't get rid of it. The last doctor I saw at pain management, Dr. Jeffrey Rubin, he took a look at the CT scans and everything that I could bring, MRI, and he pointed out that the spine was sitting on a nerve, and that's where the problem was. So he did a radio frequency ablation where he just kind of burned off the nerve endings so that the pain was no longer transmitting. Let me tell you, within a few hours of that, like 20 years of back pain, gone. The only thing I felt was the pressure from the spasmed out muscles that were responding to that pain. And the pain still hasn't really come back. It's just gone. And at some point in the future, if it does come back, I may need to have another ablation done just because the nerves grew back. But so far, so good. And he said it was probably going to be 6 months to a year before I needed another ablation, but that was in 2018. So it's still going strong. But that radio frequency ablation, Jesus Christ, that's effective. I mean, yeah, the back pain was debilitating, and I was working like outdoors physical jobs, doing landscape maintenance for roads and grounds crews, golf courses, you name it. I do still have the nerve. It's just burned in half, so it doesn't care. All right, those cuts are starting to get kind of difficult. Let's see where this edge is. Okay, so it's... The edge is still going. All right. So that cardboard, I may have just had bad edge alignment on. And there's a reasonable chance you guys will have to hang out for a minute without me while I go upstairs and get more cardboard at this rate. Because I am starting to run out of good cardboard down here. The only stuff I have left is the thicker, more hardcore stuff that takes a ton of work to cut, which I'm hanging on to for some more edge retention tests. Yeah, if I can get something with AUS 10 on it, part of the problem part of the reason I don't have so many knives is a lack of money. Like, I was too broke to buy Girl Scout cookies this year, if that tells you anything. So it's not like I can really go buy stuff off recommendations or anything like that. I kind of got to pick and choose. So I get the stuff that's the most appealing to me and test that out. Or, I got a bunch of Temu knives and thrashed on those because nobody was testing them. They were just opening them and closing them and saying, hey, these are great. Same thing with the Walmart knives. I wanted to thrash them. So it's either the knife has to be appealing to me or it has to be something I haven't seen tested before that may or may not, be good. I've got some of the knives that everyone else has got, and yeah, it's yet another review. But, if you haven't gone back and taken a look at it, I've got 2 Super Budget Showdown series. And the first one was just whatever knives I could find on Amazon or eBay for less than 15 bucks. I would run those. And we just tested them out against each other out of a field of 10 to see 1st through 10th place. And then the Temu Geddon videos, I did the same thing, but with knives from Temu that were 15 bucks or less. And, one, I wanted to do a new series. And two, I hadn't seen people test out Temu knives, so I wanted to see how they actually held up and how they actually worked. You know, that sort of thing. Oh yeah, whenever I watch Knife Center's New Knives of the Week, you hear the words Chris and Reeves dropped reasonably often. You know, you also hear the word Sabinza so many times that I'm sure there's some foreign guy out there with that hasn't learned English that thinks Sabinza is the word for knife. There's got to be a couple out there. I said, you want knife snobs? Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. Everyone shits on the low end knives, but I have found some absolute fucking bangers for dirt cheap. But, yeah, you want knife snob. Well, not necessarily snobbery. The guys aren't snobs, but there's a group. You either have to be given a steel business card and, what the hell's the word I'm looking for? You know, the code you scan, it's the square with all the little squares in it. QR code. You got to have a card and scan the QR code on the card. And I mean, I'm not joking, it's a steel card that someone has to give you, or you have to have a sponsor to get in the group. And the only things getting posted there are, you know, like one guy had a knife up for sale for $950 this morning when I looked. You know, but I'm seeing a lot of like $1,800 to $2,000 knives up for sale on a regular basis there. It is nuts. You know, I wouldn't be as upset about not being able to buy new stuff if it wasn't for trying to generate content for a channel. You know, that's the one thing that gets me is at some point soon here, I'm going to run out of the backlog that built up while I was doing Temugeddon, and I'm going to have to start finding new stuff to test out. You know, and these cheap knives during the review, now that I know we can do this and the live streams are, you know, at least valid, you know, we can do a cardboard slayer with a knife that I'm reviewing and see how it does. I mean, so the guys in that Facebook group are all cool. You know, there was one guy in there that would basically, he'd buy a new cold steel and he would post 1 million pictures of that cold steel. It would be, the last one he got was the Espada XL. He had the Espada XL, the XL Luzon, and one other. And he just constantly posts pictures with them and everybody liked it. Like I've posted some stuff, but usually it's either really odd and rare, or like I just posted a picture of the Buck 110 just because it's so old. You know, the knife is basically as old as I am, and I think it's just cool having something that vintage. You know, and it's just because it's old, and still, like, the group's cool with it. They like seeing stuff like that. It's just the guys that are in the group, they're universes above stuff like that. So like they don't have or carry stuff like that. It's always microtex, like rare microtex, or you know, stuff like that. That, you know, the microtech at about the $400 price range is kind of where the group starts and goes up from there. And so far the peach is okay. Not mad at it. I'm still working out the old juice from the coil and the bottom of the tank. So it'll probably be another refill before I really get a good idea. Yeah, the most expensive things I own, I've got a Gerber Guardian from 1977 to 1980 or 1980 to 1983, somewhere in that window, which I saw are about 275. There's that Puma prints that I can't get a price on, but the cheapest one I saw was around 200 bucks. I inherited those from my uncle's stuff. And then a friend of mine bought me the bug out with the aluminum scales and M390, and that was another 275 bucks. Yeah, I'm kind of jealous of the Midgards, not gonna lie. I love what they do. You know, I win some stuff in the smaller channel giveaways, but I always feel like I don't deserve it, or someone else deserved it more. You know, it's a weird thing. Give me a second, guys. I got a phone call. Okay, I am back. That was a work-related phone call that I had to take. Who should give away a knife? I'm just getting back to this. Well, the first giveaway you do is probably gonna have to be on a budget end. All right, so we got 10 minutes left here. I'm gonna go ahead and strop this and see how long it takes to get it to a keener edge than it has now. So let's see where we're at with the edge. All right, so the edge ain't bad right now, but it can be better. Screw it. Let's break the strop out. Make sure I got this thing set in. All right, let's see what that did. That was really brief. Okay, so that was quick. Yeah, Marfiones is one of the ones that shows up in that Facebook group a lot. I can't tell you how interested I am in seeing what this diamond paste does whenever it comes in. Which that'll be a wait for a couple of weeks, but I'm interested. All right, let's clean this edge off. Fuck it, dude. Give away a Rockstead. Let's see you give away a Rockstead. All right, so I think that might be as sharp as that size is going to get it. I mean, if you give away a Rockstead, that should be pretty viral. Everyone likes Rocksteads. Oh, the shipwreck patina is always cool. I'd be curious to see if that Gerber's any better than the ones I've got, because the ones I've got aren't great. The diamond paste is just some stuff from Temu. I'm kind of curious to see what I can get from Temu. I've got a brand new strop and diamond paste coming in, and the two of them together cost $11. And it's just tubes with like little syringes with a bunch of different ones. You talking about the 470T that I won't shut the hell up about? Okay, we'll get the blade cleaned off a little bit. Maybe that'll help out with the cut. Yeah, like if honestly, if the Temu stuff works pretty well, I'll probably look at finding out what my best options for diamond paste and a new strop are. I may see if my buddy that made this one's still making them and buy a new one from him, help him out and get me a new one. That's basically a factory edge right there, guys. If I could quit messing the cut up. All right, let's try one more time with a clean sheet. Once I got the cut right, it did good. I mean, you can't argue with that. Sorry, I'm still trying to get this cut dialed in because it's some of these cuts are going great and some of them are hanging up. Hey, beautiful.
Hey, honey. Still going at it?
Wrapping it up now. We got about 4 minutes. All right, I'm going to strop this thing one more time and we'll try this cut again, and then I got to go. So a lot of what I carried was I didn't have a ton of knives, so I had a Schrade 470T Beast from like 1998, 1999. I carried that a lot. I had a couple of these crappy Winchester folders from 2007 that were in a cheap set from Walmart. I made the scales that are on this one from scratch. Yeah, I think we're talking about the same knife, that 470T. But I had that, and then I had a Schrade assisted opener that I bought when I started working as a greenskeeper at a golf course in about 40 minutes from my house. But I didn't have a whole lot to pick from up until I started seeing stuff I really liked from like, I bought a bunch of tip down stuff that I didn't like carrying that much. So they sat and gathered dust. And like I do have significantly nicer knives than this. It's just the ones that I'm most interested in right now are the ones that, you know, I can test that I don't see other guys testing at all, and playing with those. All right. Oh no, Gerber Gator is a different one than I'm thinking. Y'all are on a different knife. Do we still have audio from me? Does someone know if I have audio? Okay, good. I was getting confused because like there's no feedback in the comments, and I didn't know if that phone call punted me off of the audio or not. All right, this is the last dropping session. We're gonna see how this cuts, and then it's time to go. Oh, that's neat. Silent during a phone call. Now we know. Yeah, that's my cut going bad, not the blade. Why are you doing this? Is the piece of paper I'm doing too big? Like, what the hell? Sergio, I'm not comfortable having people send me stuff. Like when I win a giveaway, that's a little bit different. But, you know, other than that, I try to keep this pretty self-contained. But, yeah, so that's stropped up pretty nice. Are we shaving? Nope, off of this strop, no shave, which is like every other time. But now we know this thing performs a lot better than expected. That 9CR18 is good. But I'll do a video on this either tonight or tomorrow, have that up. Maxilla, we're just wrapping up right now. I gotta go. It is the end of my day, basically. So all you guys have a wonderful afternoon and the rest of your evening. I am going to go load up on medication and dissociate for a couple hours until I get knocked the fuck out. So thank you so much for hanging out with me in the chat. I had a lot of fun with this one today, and hopefully you guys enjoyed it, and I will see you on the next stream.